package. Perfect on the tree and a 79.0 on his 78 dial. JT would have been working hard at the other end of the racetrack anyway. Dennis Breeden and Bob Marshall, patriarch of the Eastland Crane Dodge Material team, driving his classic 65 426 Hemi-fied Coronet over here on the right-hand side. So it's old school Mopar taking on Dennis Breeden's new school Mopar, the 341. Factory Super Stock K Challenger there in the left-hand lane. 962 to a 939. The new school car gets to go first. Here comes the old school car. And Bob Marshall. Marshall. Oh, 37 on the 39. Too quick at 140. Dead on 5 by Dennis Breeden. 962.5 on the 962 dial. Separated off the line by 4,000. Separated at the finish line by a little bit more. Ricky Decker and Todd France. Ooh, good matchup. Opening round. Neither one of these guys wanted to race the other. At least not in round number 1. Todd France, 981 out of his GTI automatic. Decker on a 995 out of his Super Stock I automatic. Decker left, France right, win like Todd, 981. Dead on 7, 998. Decker turned him loose at the stripe. Todd gets it by 14 thousandths. Down at the end of the racetrack. And attention in the pits. Attention in the pits, please. Top dragster needs you to lanes. Top dragster needs you to the lanes, please. Round number 1. Top dragster, come on down. Jeff Dona and Chad Taylor. I'll guarantee you these two guys didn't want to run each other in the opening round. Final round maybe, but not right here and not right now. Dona 984 out of the Firebird on the left-hand side, the dial. 932, the prognostication for Chad Taylor, but this one's over with at the get-go. Because Dona goes red. 22,000 too quick out of the gate. 936 on the 32 by Taylor. 1009 at 106 by Jeff. As he got down the other end of the racetrack, lifted his right foot off the throttle pedal at the same time that the words started coming out. Ryan Hogg, Super F automatic. 396, 67 Camaro. U.S. Nationals champ. Former junior dragster champ. Taking on Scott Stillings, a 4-time world champ. Super A modified. Pontiac Grand Am on the right-hand side. 978 to an 871. Ryan's Camaro gets to go first. For the young gun out of Columbus. There goes Ryan. Here comes Scott. Scott over on the right-hand side, looking at the tail lights of that Camaro, looking at the door handle of that Camaro, looking at the nose of that Camaro. As he goes sailing right on by. 874 on the 871 dial. 981 by Ryan. Trailing by 300 as they went by the starting line. Trailing by 300 as they got to the finish line. So Scotty gets the win. He'll be back. Dave Dupps and Jim Clark getting ready to roll in next. A little starting line maintenance. Super Comp, you should be in the lanes. Top dragster, you have been called to the lanes now, please. Top dragster to the lanes. Super Comp, you'll be next out. Top dragster, you will follow them out. Get a little starting line maintenance out there before we continue on with Dupps Cobalt and Clark's Camaro, along with the rest of our round 1 of eliminations here in Superstock. Day number 105 of the April Spring Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series event here at Lucas Oil Raceway. Little rosin going down, a little spray over the top. A little breeze blowing across the top of the spray to help it set. Finalized. Brad says, are we ready to go? Checking out his starting line, waves the flag and says, let's get after it, boys. GTJ automatic. Chevy Cobalt of Dups over there on the left-hand side. I'd like to have a Cobalt like that for the street. Be kind of cool, huh? I'd take one. Just think if I win the Powerball tomorrow night or the Mega Millions tonight, I can afford that. Yeah. Which reminds me, I need to go buy my tickets. Because you can't win if you don't play. Top dragster needs you lanes, please. Top dragster needs you to the staging lanes. Come one, come all. Dups on a 10.06. Jim Clark's Camaro on a 10.43. By the way, if you sitting in the grandstands and you can't tell the difference between the two, Clark's Camaro's the one that's yellow and says Clark on the side of it. Pretty simple stuff. Try to keep it simple. Dups would be at the wheel of the Chevy Cobalt that says Dups on the side of the car. See? All a matter of logistics. Winner at the stripe going to be Clark, 46 on his 43 dial. 10-10 on the 10.06. Clark over by 3. Dave Dups over by 4. Better out of the gate was Jim by 3. You put the 3 and the 4 and the 2 and the 7. Put them in a bag, shake them up, pour it out 46 thousandths of a second. The margin down at the other end of the racetrack is Zach running and Dan Kyle roll in now. Pair of General Motors nameplates no longer in production. Oldsmobile on the left, Pontiac on the right. There goes Zach. Here comes Dan. Back at the wheel of the Oldsmobile. 10.59 the dial. Kyle on a 10.16 with the Firebird, and your winner is Dan Kyle. 10.22 on the 10.16, 10.68 on the 10.59 by Zach. 5 thousandths of a second. The margin of victory down at the other end for Kyle on that pair. Ken Hutchinson's stick shift. 327, 4-speed Chevy 2. That car would be fun to drive at least 5 or 6 times. Stand the front end up, grab second gear while the front end's hanging in the air. Work that little Chevy 2 down track. Meanwhile, Marty Booth over on the left-hand side says, you do all of that wheel stand annex you want. I'm going to take my Mustang and, oops, go red. Hutchinson stands the front end up, rocks it back on the wheelie bars. And I wonder if, yet he's looked at the scoreboard to see that winner chicken dinner. He gets to come back for the next round. 10.55 on the 10.35. 12.32 by Marty after the red light start. And Booth might be saying a few naughty words over there on the left-hand side. Joe Covert, George Wright, Joe, George, Joe. Shake hands and let's go racing. Round number 1. Covert gets the win automatically. George Wright leaving way early. And I'm telling you what, these super stock guys are ready to get after it. Lots of reds. 9.47 by Covert. 10.18 by George. Over on the right-hand side of the racetrack, but George Wright was way red and El Finito at that point in time. Your reigning super stock champion, Aaron Allison's Chevy Cavalier up next. 9.02 the dial. Jimmy Ronzello's VarsityAuto.com. Varsity Ford entry, the 302 factory Super Stock H hot rod. 1014 to the 902 dial by Aaron. A couple of bulbs different on the tree, just a little over 1 second handicap start. Going to go to Ronzello. His light will turn green. Aaron Allison will go 1 Mississippi. 1 Mississippi. And away he goes. Finish line stripe, Jimmy Ronzello, 10-17 on his 10-14. 9017 by Allison on his 902 dial. 33 thou to the stripe first by Aaron. 3 thou too quick when he got there. Ronnie Trotman Pontiac, the Grand Dam out of the Keystone State. Stufflebeam, Super J automatic, Firebird coming over from the land of Lincoln. 9:15 to a 10:25. There goes Brian. Say goodnight to Ronnie. 3 on, too quick off the starting line by Trapman. Stufflebeam be back for round number 2. 10:23 at 128 miles an hour. Ronnie, a 9:15 dead on lap. 9:15.8 on a 9:15 dial. Too quick on this end of the racetrack. And kind of negates any opportunity that you might have to do anything at the other end of the racetrack. There's Jimmy Lavallo up in his classic 66 Plymouth Belvedere, and Brian Siebenek. GT Super Stock Machine. Q automatic in the GT category. Got the late model GM taxi cab power plant. Ryan off and running. Here comes James. Lavallo going to try and reel in that Buick by the time they get to the finish line. Can't do it. 60 out of 57. Siebenek gets the win. 78 by Lavallo on his 1075 dial. Ryan will be back for round number 2. Craig Marshall coming off the win 4 days ago. Doesn't seem like it. Over in Columbus, the Eastland Crane. Pontiac Grand Am with an identity crisis. It says, keep saying on the side of the car, wannabe Dodge material. O'Malley's Corvette here on the right-hand side. Off and running. Here comes Marshall closing in. Gets him 77 on the 874 dial. 980 on the 977. By O'Malley down at the other end of the racetrack. A pair of factory Super Stock C. .908 to the 938. Mike Skinner gets the win at 136 miles an hour. So Skinner gets the W. Skillman comes up a little bit short. Andy Cronenbitters. PK race cars. Chevy Cobalt next against Rick Brown. The GTP automatic Oldsmobile. for the runner out of Lebanon. Over on the right-hand side. Down to our final 3 cars in super stock. Andy off and running. Rick Brown off and running. The win light goes for Cronenbitter. 956 on his 953 dial. 132 miles an hour. 11-12 by Rick. Comes up 23,000 short. And Ray Skillman. It's the bye run in the opening round. Super stock. We will have whittled our field. Whittled. I didn't know there was such a word, but we have whittled our field in half now. Skillman's Mustang, the Cobra Jet out of Ray Skillman Auto Group, Ray Skillman Ford. And Exalta over there on the left-hand side. Factory Super Stock D. Entry for Ray. He'll cruise on into round number 2, unmolested, uncontested. 8909 on the 890 index. Whew. I'd say he had that car dialed at 153. Mike, I think it's time to go 890 racing. Super Comp, round number 1.
By golly, I believe you're right. All righty, here we go. First pair. I got Devin Eisenhower. Devin at right up street, Lebanon, Indiana, in his 14 American dragster. Been racing here at Lucas Oil Raceway for like forever, since he was about 8 years old. He's in the Chevrolet lane. Brian Horton, tow truck driver out of Walbridge, Ohio. Ray Skillman side. They're off. And the win light's going to go to Horton. Horton dead on 0. He was a hun behind on the tree. Devin does not run number. Might have gave the stripe back down there. Couldn't tell. Bill Rudy. Rudy's over here in the Chevrolet side. In the Race Tech dragster. Kevin White in the door car. The 72 Nova over there in the Ray Skillman side. Calls home right here in Indianapolis. Ooh, baby, was he dead late. Win light to the dragster, 912 on the index. White was a 10th closer. That tells you how tardy he was. Andy Hughes over here in the Chevrolet side in his Spitzer dragster. And Nicole Medessis out of New Lenox, Illinois. And the racetrans.com dragster is over in the Ray Skillman side. And Andy leaves 7 thousandths too soon. Nicole tests the air, 888 with 7 to take the win into round 2. Rob Goins over here on the Chevrolet side out of Orlando, Florida. In the undercover dragster, he's over in the Chevy side. Richard Bad out of Matewan, Michigan, over there in the Ray Skillman side. Oh, baby, nobody won the starting line. This one's going to the finish line. Winlight, bad. 897, 7 over. Goins is a 10th over at 901. They were almost identical on the tree, only 2 thou apart. Not sure they both didn't try to give away the finish line down there. They were so far off. Pat Fitzpatrick, Lucas Oil and Animal Gym Racing. Over in the Chevrolet side, Tommy Welch. Tommy over in his 32 Phantom. Over there in the Ray Skillman side, out of Roachdale, Indiana. I was kind of thinking similarly. And the Winlight in a double breakout goes to Fitzpatrick. He's 888-1. Welch is further under at 986. Fitzpatrick to round 2. Chevrolet side, Corey Baker. Corey out of Crawfordsville, Indiana. Regular here at Lucas Oil Raceway in his Gebhardt dragster. Over in the Ray Skillman side, Dennis Brown out of New Palestine in his dragster. And at the finish line, the Winlight's Corey Baker. Corey's 1 over, Dennis is 4 over. They were both pretty late for Super Comp cars, and Corey was a couple behind, but he's closer to his dial and goes to round 2. Tony Elrod over here in the Chevy side, out of Fenton, Michigan. Over in the Ray Skillman side, Rick Hughes out of Fishers, Indiana, in the A&A Transmission RCE dragster. Top dragster to the lanes. Top dragster to the lanes now, please. Standby call, comp eliminator. Standby call, comp eliminator. Top dragster needs y'all to start making your way to the lanes now. Winlight, Elrod, 11th thou package, 6 on the tree, dead on 5. Hughes tried to take stripe, went 2.5 under, left too much laying on the starting line. It wasn't going to happen. Eric Wilkerson over in the Chevrolet side, out of Seymour, Indiana. And over in the Skillman side, Leo Zenda, the Ring and Pinion Shop out of Clinton Township, Michigan. Ooh, they're leaning on him. So it's starting to look like Wilkerson gets a free run. Or are they just pushing him because it won't back up? Well, let's see what happens here. Zenda's pulling in. If it wouldn't back up, likely doesn't have a trans brake. So he'd probably hand or foot braking it. Let's see how that works out. They are both staging, so. Yep, I'd say he was foot braking it. Now they're wheel racing. And the win light, Wilkerson. 891, 1 over. And Leo is under by half a second. So, pretty obvious Leo had a problem. Eric Wilkerson to round number 2. Shannon Mingy next up, Chevrolet side. Out of Urbana, Illinois. Over there next to the University of Illinois. Over in the Ray Gilman side, Bob Aker, one of our local racers here. Freedom Racing Engine sponsored 67 Nova wagon. Bob runner-up down in St. Louis last year. Actually broke a converter in the final. And takes the win dead on 4. He was a hun behind on the tree. Shannon took 2 mud stripe at 887.4. Bob Akers, 2, round number 2. Rock Haas in the Haas Carruthers Racing American Dragster, Chevrolet side. Jerry Mellis in the Mellis Brothers M&M Dragster in the Ray Gilman side. Win light goes to Rock Haas, 1 over at 891. Mellis is dead on 9, but Mellis left about 1/100 on the starting line that cost him. Rock Haas to round 2. Jen Leggett out of Seymour, Indiana, in the Chevrolet side. Patty Fisher out of Clayton, Ohio, in the Ray Gilman side. The RacingRVs.com Chromeworks Dragster. And Jen's car launches hard, deep stage as soon as she hits the throttle. Makes Patty Fisher the automatic winner. She's 3 over at 893. Jen's car jumped on her, turned off the top bulb, made her the automatic loser. Allison Prost over in the Chevrolet side, out of Terre Haute, Indiana. Phil Schmidt out of Canfield, Ohio, the Intensity Racing Products Dragster. He's over there in the Ray Gilman lane. Top Dragster needs you to the lanes right now. Top Dragster. If we're going to get this show done today, y'all going to have to come to the lanes a little bit quicker. Competition Eliminator, you're on standby. Double breakout win to Allison Prost. She's 885 with a 4. Philip Schmidt also 885 with a 4, but Allison had 12 thou in her pocket and won by 12 thou. Bob Prost, next up Chevrolet side. In the American Dragster, Brian Hackett, the Race Gilman side. In the Grand Am. First call, comp eliminator. Comp eliminator, first call to the lanes. Start rolling them in, please. Comp to the lanes. Hackett takes the win. Hackett was 3 on the tree in 892. Prost runs under 88 with an 8. Was a couple hun behind on the tree. Brian Hackett to round 2. Comp eliminator. Your first call has went out to the lanes. Start rolling them in. Ty Davis, Chevrolet side, in his Bantam Altered out of Mooresville, Indiana. Over in the Race Gilman side, James Glosson out of Lake Villa, Illinois, in the Racecraft Dragster. Finish line to the Bantam. He's 5 over at 895. 7 over for Glossom at 897. They were almost identical on the tree, but Davis takes a stripe by 8 thousandths. Steve Hoyt, next up Chevrolet side, out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. Pat Lamont out of Lakeville, Illinois, in the Race Gilman side. And the win light and the double breakout to Hoyt. Hoyt's 9 thou under. Lamont is 10 thou under. Lamont had 5 thou in his pocket on the tree. Took the stripe by 6 thousandths. But the margin of victory, 1 thousandth for Hoyt. Wow, what a race. Megan Straswig out of Evansville, Indiana. Chevrolet side. Over in the Race Gilman side, Chad Lamont. Chad out of Fox Lake, Illinois, in the Lamont Trailer Sales Dragster. I think Megan in trouble. Yep. 1 over at 891 for Lamont. Had 3.5 in his pocket when he passed the tree. Megan tries to take the stripe. It ain't happening. She's 8 thou under. Scott Mackey, Chevrolet side, out of Milford, Michigan. In the Dan Page Babalu Racing Dragster. Over in the Race Gilman side, Brandon Bergenschneider, out of Waverly, Illinois, in his undercover Mopar Power Dragster. Winlight, Burgermeister, Bergschneider. Sometimes my brain doesn't engage quite quick enough. He's 4 over at 894. Mackey's only 3 over, but Mackey was 3 behind on the tree. Greg Camplain, right down the street, Brownsburg Machine Shop owner. Not Comfort RV, Lucas Oil sponsored Dragster. He's in the Chevrolet side. Rick Bailey out of Decatur, Illinois, in the Larry Hodge Racing Tire Dragster. He's over the Race Gilman side. And Bailey, 30 thousandths too early. Leaves that red light Camplain, the automatic winner, out the back door, 888 200 into round 2 for Camplain. Bailey dead on 1, but the red light finished him off on the starting line. Next up, Chevrolet side, Jim Jericaris out of Batavia, Illinois. Over in the Ray Skillman side, Dennis Foster out of Morton Grove, Illinois. Comp Eliminator, your call has went out. Start making your way to the lanes. Second call, Comp Eliminator to the lanes. Winlight, Foster. 13 foul total package for Foster. He's 9 on the tree, dead on 4. Jared Karras was a hun behind, goes 6 thou under trying to take the stripe. Dennis Foster to round 2. Brian Kaysen out of Evansville, Indiana. The worthy dragsters in the Chevrolet lane. Kevin Trusty, the Going Radical Racing Kearns dragster out of Groveport, Ohio, over there in the Ray Skillman side. And Trusty leaves 400s too soon. Kaysen, 901, a 10th over the 890. Must not have noticed the red light or had the car dialed wrong. Would have thought he'd have went out the back door test in the air. Trusty runs 8 over and leaves too soon. Ron Finney. Ron in the Renegades Race Fuel dragster over in the Chevrolet side. 56-year-old college professor. Troy Stone over there in the Ray Skillman side. Vintage trailers, Spitzer dragster out of Elkhart over in the Ray Skillman side. Well, the professor is in trouble. Stone dead on 3, 16 thou package. Finney, 891 with a 9 and left about 5 laying on the starting line he'd like to have back. Edward Jurowsik out of Elyria, Ohio, over in the Chevrolet side. Jake Elrod out of Harrod, Ohio. The K&N Builders car in the Ray Skillman lane. Winlight goes to Elrod. Elrod was 2 better on the starting line, then runs 891 with 3. Jurowsik tries to get around him, 6 thou too fast. Mike Jurowsik over in the Chevrolet side, into Powerhouse Race Cars dragster. Over in the Ray Skillman side, Todd Kajawa. Todd's out of Elkhart in the Vintage Trailers American dragster. And Winlight to Jurowsik. He's 4 over at 894. Kajawa also 4 over, but Jurowsik won the starting line by 100th and held on to the other end. Tim Millwood, Millwood's Daytona over here on the Chevrolet side. Tyler Bohannon, the Racecraft Dragster, over in the Race Gilman side. Tim Millwood takes that win. He's 2 over. They were almost identical on the tree, but Bohannon's 3 over, and the win to Millwood by 25 thousandths at the finish line. Bill Riddle up in the Chevrolet side out of Brighton, Michigan. Angela Neely out of Alverton, Kentucky. Over there in the Race Gilman side. And the win light goes to Riddle. They were 12 and 16. Neely takes the stripe. She takes too much of it. She's 5 foul under. Riddle, 891 with a 7. Takes the win into round 2 as the last pair of round 1 Super Cup. Pulling up to the stage bulbs. Chris Balcom out of Guilford, Indiana. The Mullis Dragster on the Chevrolet side. Mike Swan. Mike out of Mooresville, Indiana. Just a few miles from here in the Race to Win Motorsports Rue-Man Dragster. He's over there in the Race Gilman side. So Top Dragster will be rolling around the corner shortly. They're off and running. Last pair. Finish line. Balcom. He's 4 over at 894. Swan also 4 over, but Swan was 3 behind on the tree, and 3 behind's what he was to finish line. That completes round 1 of Super Cup. Top Dragster will be up next. Comp Eliminator, you should be in or on the way to the lanes. Stand by call. Top Sportsman, stand by call. Top Sportsman.
A little racetrack prep, a little racetrack get ready for our top dragsters come rolling up through the staging lanes and underneath the Chevrolet Performance walkover bridge, crossover bridge, whatever you want to call it. Our fleet of top dragsters will be coming out. Of course, a qualified field. Understand there might be a single or two to be had from some of the no-shows that didn't show. I guess that's why they would be a no-show, right? Because they didn't show. So we will have a single or two towards the end of the field. Comp Eliminator. Comp Eliminator, you should be making your way to the lanes as well. Competition Eliminator and Top Sportsman. You've been on standby. That means don't sit down, stand by. Right? Don't sit down, stand by. All righty, looks like the racetrack is prepared to Mundo. Top dragster coming live. First pair. They'll be rolling down the racetrack. Michael Trout and Marty Cheeseman, your number 2 qualifier. Taking on your number 15 qualifier. David Hopper, Mike Trout, the Alexandria, Kentucky Mopar powered machine over there on the left. Albeit the Mopar powered machine with the nitrous bottle. Marty Cheeseman with the Hemi powered car. And the blower sitting up on top. 653 the dial for Mikey. Over there in the Ray Skillman Automotive Group. Left-hand side of the racetrack. And Mr. Cheeseman. Spitzer chassis car over here on the right-hand side, dialed in at a 606. So half a bulb inch, or 1 bulb inch, I should say, on the tree. Not quite a full half-second handicap start, but close. Comp Eliminator needs you lanes. If you're not there yet, need you there now. Top dragster leading us off round number 1. Green lights a pair, and away we go. Round number 1. Our RacingRVs.com top dragster, and Trout's going to get the win. 655 on the 653, 610 on the 606. Mike had the better light. Mike gets the win light by 34 thousandths of a second down at the other end of the race. Mike was 15 on the tree. Marty was double that. He was 30 on the tree. Well, technically 31, but 30 sounds close. Mike able to hang on for the win down at the other end of the racetrack. Getting there first, taking the stripe, and rolling on to round number 2. Christina Lawyer, doctorate of mechanical engineering over there on the left-hand side. Young lady out of Boonville. 572 cubic inch blown blue oval. There on the left-hand side, the Fomoco powered machine for the former division Superquake champ over there on the left-hand side. Al Peevler, your reigning division champ, over here on the right-hand lane. 638 to a 633 dial. Christina with the 33, Peevler with the 38. Bang, bang, out of the gate they go. Ooh, Al's card, just a little do-si-do out of the gate. But he still gets the win at the other end. 49 at 2:15, 39 on the 33 by Christina. 4 thousandths of a second. Down at the other end of the racetrack are 43 ten-thousandths of a second. Down at the end of the racetrack, Peevler getting the win in the American Chassis Machine. Car came out of the gate. Sachet did just a little bit of a tail wag. Well, got her settled down a little bit, back into the groove, and drove it right on down the racetrack, able to catch up with Christina down at the other end and grab that stripe by 4 thousandths. $38.80. Tom Fisher, left side. $53.04. Emily Novak, right-hand lane. Division 3, taking on a Division 5 car. Emily, your number 5 qualifier. Earlier this year, the young lady out of Fairfax, Iowa, right side. 6:08, giving up the handicap start. Tom tried to add a little bit to it as he left the starting line and goes too quick. The RacingRVs.com machine. 18 thousandths too quick off the line, 6:52. And young Emily, 008 on the tree, runs a 12 on her 08 to get the win. Down at the other end of the racetrack is Ryan Keener. And Joe Fisher, boss man, head man over at RacingRVs.com. Well, I'm telling you, they had a rig on the website yesterday they were advertising. Big old black, neat looking ride on the RacingRVs.com website. Looks like Ryan's got problems over there on the left. Is it a matter of not being able to back up but can still go forward? It does not appear to be so. It appears to be a problem of can't go forward no more, no more, no more. So they'll push Ryan's car back. And then again, maybe Ryan's car can go forward. Joe's sitting and waiting. Looks like it lost fire. Trying to get it relit. Ryan gets it relit. I'm not too sure that that's a real happy power plant in the frame rails of Ryan Keener's car, but we'll see. Joe Fisher, the RacingRVs.com Chromeworks chassis machine. 6:16 the dial for Joe. Keener on a 6:64. Prognostication that he will run that in the left-hand lane, the Race Skillman Auto Group side of the racetrack. Ryan, problems backing up, problems on the line, 002 red. Joe says thank you. 6:14 at 223 miles an hour, cruising right on into round number 2. Meanwhile, Keener's machine, who had problems getting relit after the burnout, coasting slowly to the other end of the racetrack. It looks like he may have gotten it fired again. But then again, it looks like Ryan's car coming to a stop down at the other end of the racetrack. So we'll send the quad out. See if we can help Ryan get it off the racetrack. Keener obviously we'll have some time this afternoon and tomorrow morning to get it fixed. prepared and ready and into round number 1 of qualifying for tomorrow for the the August Indy race. Dan Norris should be taking on Rob Mosier's Mosier Engineering Machine. Rob, a no-show. So Dan will get the bye run. I do understand that we have several byes fixing to take place. Dan will be the first. Rob's got a wedding tomorrow. Justin's getting married tomorrow, Saturday. Well, you picked a lousy weekend to get married, huh? It's a race weekend. They're in the race parts business. Justin, what were you thinking? I know. She picked the date, right? But hey, if the wedding's Saturday, Rob, you could have been here today because this race will be over with tonight. You could have won, got the Wally, taken it home, set it on the mantle, had the wedding on Saturday, and made a real weekend out of it. Gonna have to have a talk with that Rob guy. 6:14.001, Dan Norris drives on into round number 2. Tough break for Rob. Not able to partake of race day on day number 105 of the April event. Michael Shields should be taking on the wedding boy, Justin Mosier. All righty, they just walked in, tapped me on the side of the head and said, "Hey, Bob, call Top Sportsman to the lanes." Okay. Top Sportsman to the lanes. Top Sportsman needs you to the staging lanes, please. So Michael Shield, 33 Bantam for the runner out of Norwalk, Ohio. Got the blown Hemi. In Bainey prepared power plant over there on the left-hand side. That is a name from the annals of drag racing history here in NHRA. And Shield cruises on in, 679 at 148 miles an hour to round number 2. Lynn Ellison rolling up next. Thankfully, Lynn's weekend was not what I was told earlier after coming off the win last weekend over in Columbus. Should be taking on Craig Sullivan's Ford-powered machine. I know Craig was here yesterday doing some testing. Posted a picture of the cylinder wall inside his 700-plus cubic inch Ford power plant. Let's just say that the combustion chamber and the top of the piston and the cylinder wall weren't exactly two of the prettiest things I'd ever seen in the picture that he posted. Ellison goes 007 and 33.7 on the 32, using the first round of eliminations as another tune-up run for round number 2, and a tough break for Sullivan, the runner out of Indiana. Zach Sackman, so the Hankstafers Novak Electric entry should be taking on Ed Dudley. But like so many others, not able to answer the bell for round number 1 is Dudley, so Zach gets another freebie, gets another tune-up, and drive himself on into round number 2. Young Zach cruises through 6:16 on his 6:14 prognostication. So another tune-up run for the youngster out of Illinois. The bye runs just keep on coming. Tommy Martino should be taking on Bobby Ray. Bobby Ray McMahon out of the West Coast. Obviously making a early season tour, not able to come back from way out there on the other side of the Rocky Mountains. So Martino will get the single for McGuire's and K&N, Mickey Thompson, and another tune-up run. Tom cruises through 686, getting a little out of the groove down there, about 1,000 feet. He'll ease it back into round number 2, 686 at 147. Madison Ellison getting her bye run. Was again the competition a no-show in the opening round. 636 by Madison. Everybody just a couple of ticks off of their prognostications. So 636 at 212 miles an hour. Madison will be back for round number 2. When we get to round number 2, have a lot more in the way of side-by-side competition as we get all these no-show singles out of the way. And what I have been told is day number 105 of the April Indy race. And Mike Coughlin up. Mike was your #1 qualifier back in April. So with the odd lot number of cars, Mike gets the official bye run. He'll ease on down. 621 at 188. Obviously lifting early. It's a 225, 228 mile an hour car and at only 188 miles an hour. Saving parts, saving pieces. And a Snyder coming up next, the Vintage Trailers. Hot Rod should be alongside Iowa's Don Spear. But again, on the makeup rain date, 105 days later. Ooh, that didn't sound exactly harmonious down there. Shannon will get the bye. Fortunately, it sounds like on this run. So Shannon doing what she needed to do, and that was stage and accept the green light under power. That'll give her the official run down the racetrack according to NHRA rules and regulations. And it looks like we'll finish the session with a pair. JB and Tony going to duke it out for the rights to go to round number 2. And both of these guys are thinking, man, with all those bye runs, why didn't I get one? JB, the dragsters for sale.com machine over there on the left-hand side. One of the quicker nitrous cars, Bottle Babies. And Tony Elrod over here on the right for the Servants Heart Automotive Group, the runner coming down from Michigan. $622 the dial for Straswig and the dragsters for sale.com machine. Only on a 645. So the blown car going to go first. Bottle Baby car is going to be giving chase. Ooh. 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 Pretty good run down the racetrack. Dead even out of the gate. 24 on a 22 by JB. 44.7 on a 45. Under by 3 thousandths of a second was Tony. JB was 28 on the tree. Tony was 30. Tony got to the stripe first by 21 thousandths of a second and broke out by 3 of them. Had 19 to spare. Zoomers. Comp Eliminator getting ready to roll up next. And again, tip of the cap to Indy Gear and Ray Skillman Automotive Group for the Comp Eliminator bonus shootout sponsorship. We'll be seeing that race take place down in Bowling Green, Kentucky here in a couple of weeks. And then again, a tip of the cap to everybody that helps sponsor the category for the bonus fund. Billingsley Car Wash, Don's Machine, C-Tech Aluminum Cabinets, T&E Auto Haulers, Just Some is the first pair. Rolls in, Rick Brown and Neil Giroud. Neil Over here on the right, the 21-year-old engineering student. B dragster automatic. 500 cubic inch Oldsmobile over here on the right-hand side. Puffing a little bit of smoke out of this right header bank. Hopefully not indicative of a internal engine malfunction. Rick Brown's B truck automatic there on the left. The small motored Chevy S10 up on the left-hand side. 888 to 745. The indexes that they run against. Again, top sportsman, you should be in the lanes. Round number one. Top sportsman to the lanes. Round number one, please. Neil's car did have some problems. 842. 138 miles an hour. Rick Brown moves on. 747. Giroux's car just a little lackadaisical off the line. Couldn't chase him down at the other end of the racetrack, and Rick Brown will be back for round number two. The Redditch and Brown PDI Chevrolet S10. Ronnie Bone and Jeremy Bailey going to do battle next. Ronnie's J dragster, the 6-cylinder Chevrolet, sitting behind the driver, and it's an inline 6. Bailey with 450 plus cubic inches, big block Steve Schmidt power. Over here on the right-hand side, again, the B dragster automatic index, 745. Ronnie's little J dragster on the 819 number. Dragster out in front, but here comes the big motor. Not going to get him. 698. 196 miles an hour by Bailey, but not close enough. Ronnie Bones, 756. At 163. That'll move Ronnie into round number two. Brian Browl and Todd France should be your next pair. Browl's already in the water box. Todd sitting back here at the ready line. And it looks like they finally were able to get the C dragster automatic of France to fire. So the small block V8 over here on the right taking on the small block V6, if you will, of Brian Browl, your number one qualifier. That 4.3 Chevrolet V6 power plant that Browl runs. Effectively a small block Chevrolet minus a couple of cylinders. So what works on the V8 works on the V6 just about as effectively. And of course, Brow's engine's being prepared by the boys over at Black Arrow Performance. And if you're not familiar with Black Arrow Performance, let's just say that it's the Bill Jenkins race shop that's still operating and functional after Bill's passing. So, top sportsman, you should be in the lanes. Super Street, round number 2. Need you to the lanes now, please. Super Street, round 2. Need you to the staging lanes, please. France, 760 index. Brian Browse, 784 index. V6 gets to go first. Here comes Todd. Giving chase. Top in. France gets him 702 at 187. 729 at 179. Brow comes up 40,000 short down at the other end of the racetrack as Todd France obviously wanted that one pretty hard down at the other end of the racetrack. Heads up, D Super Mod Automatic. Alan Wilson's machine out of Kokomo there on the left-hand side. Skillman's Ray Skillman Auto Mall. Chevy Cobalt over here on the right-hand side, the Chevrolet lane. So D Super Mod Automatic, pair of them, heads up. Of course, Comp Eliminator, first one to the finish line is your winner. On paper, you would have to give the advantage to Ray Skillman over here on the right-hand side. Skillman has had the quicker of the two cars. Wilson's machine, though, is quick. It's a matter of getting it to hook up, run straight, and go through down the racetrack. And look at that. Does just that. 856.0 beats an 856.6. Wilson is 007. Skillman is 59 on the tree. Put the little numbers and the big numbers together, and Alan Wilson out of Kokomo moves to round number 2 with a 58 thousandths of a second margin of victory down at the other end of the racetrack. And I got to tell you, that's why we send them from A to B and don't do it on paper. What looked to be a gimme for the Ray Skillman Auto Group, D Super Mod Automatic, turned into the down at the other end as Mike Farrell's B Street Roadster rolls in next against the A Econo Dragster of Robert Bailey. Another Steve Schmidt power plant over here on the right-hand side. Farrell's B Street Roadster there on the left, the little small block Chevrolet with the 34 Chevy Roadster. 3-time national event winner. Farrell off and running. Here comes Bailey. Can he get him at the top? Nope. And 34 thousandths of a second, the margin down at the other end. 786 by Farrell, who was perfect on the reaction timers. At 164, Bailey was 14 on the tree at 203 miles an hour. Wow. That's a good old race. 53 under to a 52 under. Crazy stuff. Good side-by-sider. Farrell perfect off the line, and that helped. Greg Camplain down, the Camplain Machine Shop. Mont Comfort RV entry over here on the right-hand side, and B Econo Dragster. Chad Mogus. Chad coming off the win at Heartland Park, Topeka a couple of weeks ago. Had problems in the test and tune run earlier today. Let's see if they've got that little half a V8 4-cylinder Bantam figured out for the dock out of St. Peter's Mo. Whoa, 687, Camplain, 51 thousandths of a second. Down at the other end of the racetrack, 768 by Chad. Giving it a run down the racetrack. Sounded like he may have let off just a skosh early. Camplain goes 62 under the index. Whew. To get the win at 186 miles an hour. Ryan Stufflebeams, A Econo Altered. Jason Cohn's F Econo Dragster, little 4-cylinder. Chevrolet for Cohen. The Cohen Engineering, Cohen Transmission. Flyweight. 4-cylinder dragster. Stuffle Beams machine over there on the left-hand side. Peoria based. A Econo altered. Small block, automatic, single 4-barrel. Cohen's car, your better qualified machine. But then again, that was 104 days ago. Jason off and running, a little 4-cylinder. Here comes Stufflebeam pulling around, top end, not going to get him. 10,000ths of a second. Down at the other end, Jason goes 8:18 at 157. That hurt. 7:37 at 180 by Brian. Better out of the gate was Jason. Better at the stripe by 10,000ths was Jason. B.J. Sexton's B-Dragster Automatic should be taking on Frank Cervelli. Frank, who works right down the road over at Don Schumacher Racing. Gets to get out and play with his own hot rod every once in a while. The Redline Oil Sarmiento Chassis B-Dragster Automatic should be a heads-up run. B.J. not able to answer the bell. Now, Frank has the option of A, staging it under his own power and accepting the green light, then backing it up and putting it back in the trailer and coming back for round number 2. Or he can accept the green light and get after it all the way for 1,320 feet, or C, he can try whatever he wanted to try on this run, knowing that he had a bye run, and then just kind of ease it on down the racetrack to a 788 lap at 129 miles an hour. So Frank doesn't have to go back to work this afternoon. Of course, work's just like right over there, he said, pointing that way. Over to Brownsburg. Cervelli, by the way, was 004 on the reaction timers. Understand Steve Ambrose, little 6-cylinder J altered. I think I could tell by the way Steve drove around the water box rather than through the water box that Ambrose going to pull up the varsity Ford, Watson Racing. Inline 6-cylinder Ford power plant. He'll take the tree because David Billingsley, little mouse motored, and I do mean mouse motored, 198 cubic inch Chevrolet Camaro. Not able to answer the bell for round number 1. So Steve will ease on into round number 2. And that, boys and girls, puts Cop Eliminator first round into the books. Top Sportsman getting ready to come up next. Super Street. You've been called to the lane. Super Street. Time for you to come on down. Top Sportsman. Mikey's back from eating lunch. Was it any good?
Yeah, it was okay.
Cool. I'm gonna go find me some then.
Good idea.
Okay. You got this. You got this Top Sportsman
Got this
stuff
Top
handled?
Sportsman figured out.
Okay. And Super Street for round number 2. You got.
We can do that too.
Okay.
You
No
bet.
problem. I'm gonna go find food.
You bet. Enjoy yourself.
I gotta watch my girlish figure.
Hey, I need Super Street lane round 2. Super Street. Super Street round 2. Need you to the lanes like right now. Super Street round 2. And standby. Stock Eliminator for round 2. Super Street round 2 to the lanes. Standby. Standby. Stock Eliminator round 2. First pair. Round 1. Top sportsman. Tim Kerman over here on the Chevrolet side, dialed 677. The TK Racing Grand Am out of Morris, Illinois, will leave first. Scott Kruger out of Prior Lake, Minnesota, dialed 640 in the 06 Cobalt. Blower and the Bottle Baby. Trees coming down, here we go. And the blower car leaves too soon. Kruger minus 11 on the tree. 717 runs way off for Kerman after Kruger red lights. 717 on the 677, but Kerman will be back in round number 2. Next pair, Ernie Burnett. Ernie out of Charlestown, Indiana. Professional Marine Service sponsored Cavalier. He's over here in the Chevrolet side, dialed 637. He'll give the head start to Jeff Sexton. Sexton out of Fairborn, Ohio. 692 the dial for the Sexton Automotive Cavalier. Both pre-stage lights on. Oh, it sounded like Burnett started to go up on the boost, got off. Or something went wrong in the turbo car. Sexton, 695, runs 3 over the 692 dial. And Burnett is still sitting on the starting line. That's never good news. Don't know what that was about, but it didn't work out very well for Eric. Did for Jeff. Super Street, you should be in the lane for your pairing. Stock Eliminator, you're on standby. Expect a call shortly. Okay, I hear that it basically quit on him after he got it started. He went on and went down the track for Eric. Next pair up, got Sean Brady. Brady out of Prospect Heights, Illinois, in the 762-inch Mopar-powered Avenger. Chevrolet side, Roger Wellman out of Galion, Ohio, the Probe, dialed 720. He'll get the head start. Brady's Avenger, dialed 676. Brady turns on the red light. Wellman's the automatic winner, shuts off the clock 7:43. On the 7:20 dial, Brady dead on the dial with an 8. Left 27 thousandths too early. Bad Eye Brenninger. Over in the Chevrolet side, 692, the dial. For the Mustang out of Middletown, Ohio, Will Chase, Mark Sanders. Mark's over there in the Ray Skillman side out of Harrison, Ohio. The 05 Cavalier out of PK Race Cars, dialed 729. "714 inches of forward power in the Mustang of Brenninger." Good light and a great light. Who's going to take the win? The great light. Brenninger, 3 over at 695, had a hun in his pocket when he passed the tree. Sanders takes the stripe, takes 1,000 too much of it. He was a hun behind on the tree, had room to take the win, took the win by almost 200s, broke out by a thou. Wow. Chad Peckrell out of Eagle, Wisconsin, in the 68 Camaro, over here in the Chevrolet side, dialed 683. He'll give the head start to Dave Paone out of Mansfield, Ohio. Paone, his 97 Monte Carlo, is dialed 692. Oh, actually, I see I even had some help pronouncing it and still screwed it up. Paone. We got 2 green lights. And the win light goes to Peckrell. The Camaro takes the win, 683 dead on 2. Paone 2 off at 694. Paone was 2 in his pocket. On the tree, gives it back at the other end, and the margin of victory for Peckrell is 14 10,000ths at the finish line. Super close race. Jerry Albert. Jerry over here in the Chevrolet side, 691 the dial. Jerry gets the head start in the Camaro. It's in the Chevrolet side from Rich Smith. Rich is dialed 674 out of Wentzville, Missouri in the 68 Camaro. Bottle Babies Apparel. And the win light's going to go to Albert. Albert's one over at 692. Smith was trip, zip, 3 zeros on the tree. But Smith couldn't run the number. The car ran 5 slow. Stock Eliminator, round 2, to the lanes. Stock Eliminator, round 2, to the lanes. Start rolling them in, guys and girls. Stock Eliminator, round 2, to the lanes. Jerry Albert gets that win, 1 over his dial. Smith is 5 over. Albert had a decent light. And he goes to round 2. Kyle Camp next up the Chevrolet side. Kyle out of Terre Haute, Indiana. 675 the dial for his Trans Am. He's going to give a small head start to racing Jason Lynch. Jason out of Cedar Hill, Tennessee, and the Cars Protection Plus Grand Am is dial 680. So the bottom baby gonna chase the blown car. 680 for Lynch, 675 for Camp. Stock Eliminator, start making your way to the lanes. Well, Kyle had the tree. Well, Lynch runs 2 over at 682. Kyle 2 over at 677. But Kyle had almost 5 in his pocket on the tree and holds on there at the other end by just a little less than 500s. Randy Akins over here in the Chevrolet side in the 37 Chevy. 58-year-old chassis builder, Atkins Race Cars out of Milan, Michigan. Going to get the head start, dialed 674. Over in the Ray Skillman lane, Glenn Butcher out of Doylestown, Ohio. 45-year-old demolition contractor. Oh, that sounds like fun. Get to tear stuff up. So in the Camaro, dialed 652. Glenn Butcher going to give the head start to Ricky Atkins. And Atkins leaves 7,000 too soon. Butcher gets the free run into the next round. He runs off by a 10th at 664. Atkins 3 over at 677, but Atkins left 7,000 too soon. Stock Eliminator, you should be making your way to the rounds. Third call to the lanes. Stock Eliminator preparing to the lanes like right now. Remember, we're planning on finishing this race today, so you got to roll in when we call you, please. Stand by, call Super Gas. Stand by, call Super Gas. Mark McDonald going to get a free run into round 2 as Bobby Ray McMahon is not here. So 667 the dial for McDonald out of Boonville, Indiana in the 598-inch Ford-powered 67 Mustang. And McDonald shuts off the clock 1 over the dial, 668 on the 667 dial. And Mick Snyder, the next competition buy run, as Bill Riddle is a no-show. So Snyder, 618 dial, out of Dermott, Indiana, in the Power Source Transportation 63 Corvette, 470 inches of Hemi power with a blower on top. Sound like Bill Riddle had a transmission problem and was unable to get it corrected before round one. Baby, 001 on the tree for Snyder. And strokes are a little bit down there, it sounded like. Sounded like he lifted a little early. 3 over at 621. And the next single, up in the Chevrolet lane, Shane Cowan, out of Pittsboro, Indiana. The 1911 Grill and Speedway Karting sponsors Corvette. 728 the dial. Tim Irwin, the no-show over there in the other lane. So Shane Cowan gets a free run into round 2. And we hear that Irwin had a fuel pump failure, and the introduction of nitrous and no fuel is never a good combination. We understand he is probably done for the weekend. Shane Cowan's Corvette, 728 dial, will get a free run into the next round. And Cowan will shut off the clock 7:29, 1 over the dial. Tim Moeller up over here in the Ray Skillman side out of Seville, Ohio, in the Moeller Racing Grand Am. 632 inches of Chevrolet power, dialed 683. Brian Stoltz would have been in the other lane. I don't believe he's even here. I haven't seen that car today. Motor's off and running, 7 on the tree. Shuts off the clock, 6:83, dead on 8. 15,000 package on a buy run. Competition buy nonetheless, but a buy run. Don O'Neill over here on the Chevrolet side, 687 the dial for the Evansville, Indiana-based Monte Carlo. VP Racing Fuel sponsored. He'll be on a competition single. Benjamin Board out of East Peoria, Illinois, is a no-show. Super gas, needs super gas, to the lanes. O'Neill's off and running. 691, 4 over his dial. And the true buy run, Lester Johnson. Out of Cynthiana, Kentucky, the 55 Chevy with the 521 Hemi in it. Dialed 614 over here in the Ray Skillman side. By the way, for those of you who don't know, it's the first car that ran in the 6 O's in the top sportsman category. Super gas, to the lanes for round 2. Super gas, to the lanes for round 2. Lester, 616, 2 over, his 614 dial. And I got round 2 Super Street sitting at the ready line. Quite an entertaining round of top sportsmen. Super Street is next. Super Gas should be on the way to the lanes. Stock Eliminators should already be there. Super Street first pair, round 2 rolling in to the water. Ricky Ship. Ricky out of Needham, Indiana. An aircraft mechanic, Ship Racing Nova. Over here on the Chevrolet side, Brian Horton out of Walbridge, Ohio. And the Walbridge Automotive, 78 Malibu. Over there in the Ray Skillman side. Well, by golly, I got a feeling one of them's in big trouble. Yep, he was. Ricky Ship, 5 over at 10.95. Horton, 2 over at 10.92. You do the math. Who do you think left first? Ricky Ship to round 3. Tom Keenan over here in the Chevrolet side in the 70 Chevelle. And over in the Ray Skillman side, Mark Smith out of Bowling Green, Kentucky in the 82 Mustang. They're off. Green lights, both sides. And the win light, Keenan, dead on 6. Smith runs 7 off at 10.97. Smith had a hunt in his pocket on the tree. Didn't run the number. Keenan to round 3. Wayne Kelly, Chevrolet side, out of Mount Vernon, Indiana, in 79 Malibu. Over in the Ray Skillman side, Dennis Bodnistel, out of Clayton, Indiana, in his 74 Nova. And Dennis, 11th out too early, turns on that red light. Wayne Kelly takes a free run into round 3, 10.89 with a 7. Dennis runs a 10th under, but he turned on a red light. It was over at the hit. Craig Meyer over here in the Chevrolet side out of Kendallville, Indiana. Meyer Racing 62 Fury. Ray Skillman side, Nicky Looney. Looney out of Centersburg, Cartersburg, Centerburg, Ohio. Not sure whether that's right or not, but in the 85 Thunderbird. Good light and a really good light. And the really good light takes the win. Meyer's dead on 6, but left too much on the starting line. Nicky Looney 1 over 10.91 takes the win. Had 200s in her pocket on the starting line. Scott Mackey out of Milford, Michigan in the Babalu Racing 66 Chevy 2 in the Chevrolet lane. Barney Barnhart out of Wadsworth, Ohio in the Abruzzi Transmission 66 Chevelle is over in the Ray Skillman side. And the win light's going to go to Scott Mackey. Barney Barnhart was a hunt ahead on the starting line. Didn't run the number, run 6 over. Mackey only 1 over at 10.91 takes the strike. Rodney Boyd out of Mount Vernon, Ohio. The 96 Camaro over in the Chevrolet side. Over in the Ray Skillman lane, got Nick Vogelsang out of East Peoria, Illinois in the 67 Chevy 2. Looney Tunes. And Looney Tunes turns on the red light. Vogelsang minus 19. Oh boy, 1086 with a 7 goes to the next round. Chris Balcom out of Guilford, Indiana. The 28-year-old electrician in an 88 Cutlass on the Chevrolet lane. Over in the Ray Skillman lane, Don Moyer out of Pickerington, Ohio, the automotive technician 67 Camaro. And the Camaro, another red light, minus 13. Balcom was 2 on the good side. And 1085 with a 6 for Balcom on that free run into round 3. Jay Wilson next up, 64 Nova out of Milam, Illinois, Chevrolet side. Denny Napier out of Pataskala, Ohio, in the Eckerd Racing 77 Vega is over there in the Ray Skillman side. And that's the last pair of Super Street Round 2. 2 green lights. Winley, Napier, it's 4 over at 10.94.0. Jay Wilson, 10.93.8. But Jay was a couple behind on the tree and a couple behind at the finish line. Napier goes to the next round. And next up, the division director on the tractor.
Vroom, vroom. Yes.
Super Gas, you certainly should be back there in the lanes for your pairing. We'll say stand by for Super Stock. Stand by for Super Stock.
Well, looks like the track Zamboni is just about done with his work. So round number 2 stock eliminator going to come out at us. I heard rumor that there was like 21 cars left. Super Gas needs you to lanes, please. Super Gas needs you to the lane. Super Stock, get them ready to roll because, go ahead, Super Stock, come on down. Stock Eliminator coming up now. Super Gas should be in the lanes. Super Stock, we need you to the lanes. That means Super Comp, get them ready. You are now on standby. Mike took the button box away from me. I had to reach over and slap him a little bit. Dan Condon's Copo Camaro rolls in now. 28-year-old real estate salesman. Must be doing pretty good. Got a new Copo. Works for me. Factory stock E-machine. 350 combination. And Joey's got the old school 350 69 over there on the left-hand side. The Skillman Chevrolet. Chevy 2, G-Stock automatic entry, handicap start, 1.6 seconds. Go to ship. See if ship's sail can catch a breeze. May have captured the breeze off the Bay of Tampico there. 1182 at 108 miles an hour. How about that? Dead on 7, 005. Joey Ship throws down a 12 thou package. Dan Condon's Copo Camaro was already done when he left the starting line. We just hadn't figured all that out yet. Danny Tools V-Stock automatic, little 4-cylinder Mustang. Taking on Drew Aylan's Lucas Oil. V-Stock automatic. LT1 powered Firebird. Go. All right, Drew off and running. Danny way out in front. That little 4-cylinder Mustang. Here comes Drew. And got him. 1055 on the 1052 at 123. Danny 1481. 1481 on a 1505 dial. I think he missed it by just a bit. Goes down and takes 2/10 strike. Ouch. Michael Rook at the wheel of the Mopar. The Wendy's 71 Duster for the runner out of Tip City over in the Buckeye State. 1120 for Rook there in the left lane. George Wright 1065. Out of his factory stock G, and George goes red. So Rook gets the win in the red Duster as the blue Mustang goes red. Did I get you totally confused on that one? 1116 by Rook at 118. 1064.9 on the 1065 by George. Left early, got there too quick. George will have tomorrow to come back and start all over again with it. Jason McGinley's Chevrolet Camaro. The LS powered 2001 edition, 1089, and Jason goes red. Gary Merrick's Baldwin Motion 70 Camaro on the right-hand side gets the W automatic. Merrick cruises through 1044 on a 1048. May have been holding about 4, maybe 5. 126 miles an hour. 1091 by McKinley at 123. Julie Behrman and Bill Skillman. Skillman's factory stock A entry. Coming up next, 882. How about an 1111 for Julie Behrman? Wheeling the Pontiac Firebird of Tim Gillespie. 400 cubic inch poncho. Going to be off and running. 1111 on the handicap start. Couple bulbs plus on the tree. That'd be like a 1 Mississippi difference. They'll make that a couple of Mississippis. I can't count today. Here comes Billy Skillman now trying to track down that first generation Firebird. Coming. Got her. Oh, man. 11-10-2 on the 1111 by Julie. 887 on the 882. Skillman closing at 40 miles an hour quicker speed. Julie misses by 8 thousandths of a second down at the other end. Factory stock A automatic. Kevin Skinner's Columbus joint and clutch. Cobra Jet left side. Billy Dyer's factory stock K Mustang over here on the right-hand side for the runner out of Port Byron over in the land of Lincoln. Another big old handicap start. Kevin had to sit and wait. Here comes the Cobra Jet. Closing. Got it. 869 on the 862. Dyer goes 1081 at 116. 1081 on the 1105. Super Comp needs you the lanes now, please. Super Comp. Need you the staging lanes. That means Super Stock should already be there. That means if you have a Super Stock car and you're not there, you're late. Because now we're calling Super Comp, and then they run after you. Firebirds a pair rolling up next. Brian Merkel. Aaron Allison. Difference between the two, automatic left side. Stick on the right. LS powered in the left lane. LT powered over on the right-hand side. Other than that, they're identical. Sure they are. Pontiac Firebirds a pair. 1085 the dial for Merkel. Allison's going to be giving chase off a 1044. And here they go. Here comes Aaron. Closing, top end, got him. 1043.6 on a 1044. Under by 4 thou. 1084.5 on a 1085. Under by 5 thou. Brian Merkel, 15 ten-thousandths of a second. A true margin of victory down there. Bruce Mayrose and Don Turk. Turk's in stock automatic. Pontiac there on the left-hand side. 1216 the dial. Mayrose with the Buick Apollo, 1199 on the dial. Brucey's going to be in the right lane. Donnie's going to be in the left lane. Super Comp needs your lane. Super Stock, you should be there. Super Comp and Super Stock. Need all y'all to the lanes, please. Super Comp and Super Stock. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Double breakout goes to Turk, 1214 on the 1216 of a 93 on the 1199. Both drivers under. Bruce by a bunch, Don by less. Don gets the W. Bruce's day is done. He can start tuning it up for tomorrow's eliminations. Is Luke Ubelhard, Craig Marshall, Mopar's a pair. Get ready to do battle. 5 cars left in this round. Luke on a 1044, Craig on the 1113. So the handicap start goes to the old school dart, 360 cubic inches of red light, and good night by Lukey. Luke, that was a whole lot of red. 1040 on the 44 by Luke after the red light start, 1128, Craig Marshall. Steps off the throttle down at the other end of the racetrack. Cruises through after a 006 light. Super Stock, Super Comp needs your lanes, please. Super Stock, Super Comp needs you to the staging lanes, please. If you're not there yet, we need you. We want you. We got to have you. Matt Antrobius up the Z28 for the runner out of Maysville. And Bill Owens, front-wheel drive Pontiac. 1134 to a 1418, not quite 3 second. Handicap start going to go to the Pontiac. And Trobius is going to be sitting in the car going 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3. Up, I better go. There goes Bill. Here comes Matt. He may have gotten too much of that 3rd Mississippi out before he took off running. May have. Let's see what happens at the stripe. Going to be Matt getting the win. 1135 on the 1134. 1413 by Bill Owens on his 1418 dial. Under by 5 hundredths of a second. Took the finish line stripe by 7 of them. Broke out by 5 of them. And Chuck Weber, the factory, or excuse me, the F-Stock automatic. Weber's auto body. Chevrolet Corvette for the runner out of Frewsburg, New York. Super Stock, Super Comp, need you lanes, please. Super Stock, Super Comp. Need you to the staging lanes, please. That means Top Dragster, Comp, and Top Sportsman. Get them ready because we're going to be calling you next. Top Dragster, Comp, and Top Sportsman. Be fixing to get them ready for round number 2. 14 of you left in Top Sportsman competition. It's like 13 of you left in Top Dragster competition. Nine of you left in Comp Eliminator competition. Ooh, my. What has 10 cylinders, 2 buys, and they buy to the final round? The soft side of the ladder. Yeah. Because of the no-shows in the opening round, Steve Ambrose has a bye. Jason Cohen has a bye. They race each other in the quarterfinals for the bye run to the final round. So like I said, what has 10 cylinders, 2 buys, and a bye run? Whew. Talk about being on the right side of the ladder. Doggies. Todd France will have another bye in the next round. Mike Farrell and Frank Cervelli. Rick Brown and Greg Camplain. Mr. Wilson's D Supermod Automatic taking on Mr. Bond's J Dragster. That'll be interesting. Super Gas getting ready to roll in next. We'll put 990s up on the scoreboard and see what our Super Gas contingent can do. Super Stock and Super Comp. Need you to lanes, please. Super Stock and Super Comp. Needing you to the staging lanes, please. Eddie Arnold. Not to be confused with Eddie Albert. Of Green Acres fame, that is. Taking on Devin Eisenhower. A young man who effectively growed up right here at Lucas Oil Raceway. Mike's been telling you all morning, a former junior dragster racer. Grown up now, driving the big cars. The 67 Camaro Roadster over here on the right-hand side. Let's see if he can dispatch the Arnold Engineering, Ohio-based Cutlass there on the left-hand side. Again, Super Stock and Super Gas. Need you lanes, please. Super Stock. Super Gas. Need you lanes. Arnold left side. Eisenhower right-hand lane. Going to be the Roadster. Going to be the door car. Going to be the Roadster. 992 beats a 993 by 18 ten-thousandths of a second. Yeah, wow. Eisenhower 17 on the tree. Arnold is 009. 18 ten-thousandths of a second difference down at the other end of the racetrack. Janice Swan taking on Mike Keenan now. Uncle Mike's Chevrolet Cavalier over here on the right-hand side. The big block powered Indiana-based runner taking on the big block powered Indiana-based runner. Janice in that little vehicle there on the left-hand side. The nutrition coach out of Mooresville gets the W. 9.944 at 158. Beats a 9.89.3 by Keenan. Keenan goes down. Breaks out. Janice takes the stripe and the win by 4 thousandths of a second. Shane Snyder and Mike Jurasic. Mikey over the right-hand side, the 63 Corvette Roadster. Shane Snyder over there on the left-hand side, the 63 Corvette Roadster. Stop me if you've heard this before. Big block, a pair. 990, a pair. Corvette Roadster, a pair. One red, one green. Jurassic goes red. Snyder gets the green. He'll be moving on to round number 3. 992 at 162 by Shane Snyder. How about Mike Jurassic? 009 red and dead on 1 in this round of Super Gas. You look at that time slip and you go, "Doh!" Super Comp needs you to lanes, please. Super Comp needs you to the staging lanes, please. Come on down. Larry Rodell and Terry Nip. Nip at the wheel of the Firebird on the right-hand side. A little 434 combination mouse motored right lane. Larry Ruddell, the 505 cubic inch, 27 Ford Roadster out of the Don Davis Chassis Workshop. Ooh. Terry Nip taking a nip at the tree and taking a nip at the stripe. 993 beats a 991 by 24 thousandths of a second. Terry Nip winning that one right here on the starting line. Larry Rodell's race day is done, but again, the advantages of having one race finish and another race start. You don't have to commiserate your loss for too long because, hey, you get to start all over again tomorrow. Tony Cropper, a little Chevy Brett on the left-hand side. Connie Rudy with the Gremlin in the right. Although the Gremlin no longer Kelvinator powered, it's now got the bow tie underneath the hood. Tony Cropper goes red. Connie Rudy gets the automatic WWW. 989 at 139 for Connie. 992 by Tony. 156 miles an hour. Tony's day is done. We'll see him again tomorrow morning. Steve Williams and Wally Hack. Hack's Monza, left side. Williams over here on the right, the True Blue Ford Probe. Why he calls the car the True Blue Maverick, I don't know, because it's a Probe. Maybe he's a Maverick for using a Ford and a small block and a stick. Got a guy back at Topeka does that exact same thing. Small block and a stick. And his throttle stop timer comes in on the other end. And like Steve Williams, he wins lots of rounds of races. 987 beats a 982. Wally a little quick. Williams will be back for round number 3. Bobby Goodrich, Eddie Ruddick. Eddie on the right, Bobby on the left. Goodrich, the Greenwood-based runner at the wheel of the Mustang out of CTC. That would be his and stands for Commercial Team Construction. Ruddick's UPS. That would be like in ups and downs, not UPS, the ground truck people. Ups and down chassis service. Boss Man goes red. Goodrich gets the win. 988 at 139. 994 for Rudick. As we call top dragster to the lanes, please. Top dragster needs you to the staging lanes. Your turn to come on down. Top dragster needs you to the lanes, please. Round number 2. Richard Spradlin's Chevy Nova. Joe Fisher of the RacingRVs.com. Corvette here on the right-hand side. Again, top dragster needs your lanes, please. Top dragster. To the lanes. Come on, come on. Top dragster needs you to lanes, please. Fisher with the automatic win. The Spradlin goes red. 996 at 170 by Joe. 992 by Spradlin at 144 miles per. Racing Jason and Bob Prose. Pretty good pair on the line right now. Racing Jason, the CarsProtectionPlus.com. Oldsmobile over there on the left-hand side. Bob Prose, the body shop owner out of Honey Creek Collision over Terre Haute Way. And Terre Haute is like that way, you said, pointing that direction. Yeah. The Honey Creek Collision Corvette. Interesting paint job upon the automobile. What a race. 005 by Jason Lynch gets the win by 13 ten-thousandths. Down at the other end of the racetrack, 9922 beats a 9911. Rose was second off the line by 12 thousandths. Better down the racetrack by 11 thousandths. Margin of victory by Jason, 1/1000th of that starting line advantage. So Jason in the CarsProtectionPlus.com machine comes back, and here comes Miss Mia in the second of the CarsProtectionPlus.com Chevrolet. Taking on Rocky Clark's Ohio-based Pontiac on the right-hand side. Womp womp. 994 by Mia gets the win at 165. 996 for Rocky Clark at 171 miles an hour. A little bit more terminal velocity for Rocky. A little bit better on the number for Miss Mia. And Mia gets to come back and play at least one more round. Dan Tools Mustang Roadster taking on Jacob Elrod's Corvette Roadster. Ford versus Chevrolet, and I do mean that sincerely. Ford versus Chevrolet is Dan Tools' Mustang Roadster, powered by 604 cubic inches of blue oval. Jacob's Corvette, powered by 560 cubic inches of rat-motored Chevrolet. Down to 13 cars at the conclusion of this session. One line's going to go to Elrod. 9907. Tool goes 9903. Elrod goes 9907. Difference at the other end of the racetrack, 5 thousandths of a second. Down to the final three cars as Rock Haas and Joey Ship get ready to do battle. Rock in the Haas and Carruthers Don Davis chassis, Corvette Roadster bodied entry. And he'll be your winner. Joey Ship goes red by 8 thousandths of a second. Rock Haas 988.8. 987.0 by Joey, but Joey was 001 red. And you could hear the day come to a screeching halt down there as Joey comes up short. Ricky Adkins went 9902. That opening round of eliminations, and that 9902 gave him the bye run. 25 cars. Out of the gate he goes. Throttle stop kicks in. Throttle stop kicks out. And a 992 lap at 161 miles an hour for Atkins. Super stock getting ready to roll in. Mikey? What do you think, Mr. Coyle?
I'm just watching them fools trying to start that wheel.
Get a little ether, that'll help.
You gotta act like you're angry at it. When Conley walked over there a few minutes ago, he started on the first pull. Because he pulled it like he was mad at it.
Super stock up next. Mike Coyle to tell you all about it. Super Comp, top dragster. Need your lanes, please. Super Comp, top dragster and comp eliminator. Need all y'all to the lanes. Super Comp, top dragster, and comp to the lanes, please.
You need to get mad at it.
Obviously, you weren't bad enough.
That's what I was thinking. Well, a little bit of track prep here before we go to Super Stock. You're going to have to get a magazine and fan that dirt off her if you don't get that blower started. Alrighty then. First pair, super stock. Round 2. Bruce Gibson and Dennis Breeden. Gibson, Super K automatic, 74 Dart Sport out of Dayton, Indiana. 1093 dial under. Dennis Breeden, factory Super Stock K. 963 the dial under for the 345-inch powered Hemi Challenger. Tree coming down and Gibson's gone green. Breeden's gone green. Win light, the Challenger of Breeden. He runs 1 over, 964. Gibson takes the stripe, goes under by 3 thou, but he was 100.5 behind on the tree. Breeden, 49 10,000ths margin of victory. Jim Clark, Super G automatic 67 Camaro Chevrolet side. Dial 1044 gets the head start from Eric Reed's 71 Camaro GTK automatic 402 powered 1031 the dial. Ooh, baby, somebody's reaction time started with a 1. That's usually not good news, and it ain't in this case. Jim Clark 1 over, 10.45 on a 44. Reed tries to take stripe, goes 4 thou under, still can't take the stripe. Brian Siebenek out of Toledo, Ohio, the 84 Buick Regal, dial 1160. Larry Hodge, 1066 a dial for Hodge's Monte Carlo. Top sportsman to the lanes. Basically, that means everybody's been called to the lanes for this round. Two green lights, Hodge chasing. And the win light, Larry Hodge, 1067, 1 over. Siebenek takes the stripe, breaks out by 6 thousandths, but he was 4 behind on the tree. Wasn't no room to take the stripe. Jimmy Ronzello, Jimmy out of Carlton, Michigan, in the 13 factory Superstock H Mustang, dialed 1014. Small head start to Dan Kyle, the GTK automatic 87 Firebird, dialed 1018. And Kyle, 10 thousandths too early. Ronzello's Mustang into the next round. And dead on with a 9 for Ronzello. But Dan Kyle left 10 thousandths too soon. Todd France, GT, automatic, G5 Pontiac, dial 983. Gets the head start from Craig Marshall. Superstock A modified, 98 Grand Am, dial 875. Full second and change to Todd France. And Todd leaves 2 thousandths too soon. Marshall was 001 on the tree. 889 runs over about a 10th and a half off for Craig Marshall, but he was the winner before he left. 1029 way off for France. He left 2 thou too soon. Brian Stuffelbeam, the 98 Firebird over on the Chevrolet side. Superstock J automatic, dialed 1024. He'll give the head start to Chuck Downing in the factory Superstock M Cobra Jet. 281 inches of forward power, dialed 1080. Win light's going to go to Stuffelbeam, 1027, 3 over the dial. Had about a 100th and a half in his pocket. Downing runs 4 off, so Brian Stuffelbeam to the next round. Scott Stilling, Scott, the Superstock A modified, 98 Grand Am. 875 the dial. He'll give the head start to Andy Cronenbitter. Andy is 08 Cobalt GTG automatic, dial 956. And the win light goes to Scotty. Scotty runs under by 5 thousandths. Cronenbitter runs under by 24. About About the amount Scotty beat him on the starting line. Scotty was 1 to Andy's 28. Ken Hutchinson, 1040, the dial for the Superstock H, 66 manually shifted deuce. Mike Skinner, 901 the dial for the 14 Cobra Jet factory Superstock Steam. He's the winner because Hutchinson leaves way too early. 1049 on a 40 for Hutchinson, 906.5 over for Skinner. Skinner was the winner, though, when he left the starting line. Chad Taylor. Chad, the 93 Achieva Chevrolet Lane GT D automatic, 376 inches of late model power in the 93 Achieva. He's going to give the head start to Joe Covert, Superstock AS, Grand Am, 400 inches, GM power, about 950. Covert leaves 14,000 too soon. Chad Taylor shuts off the clocks 9:37 with an 8 on his 9:39 dial. A 10th under for Covert. He runs 9:39 on his 9:50. Ray Skillman over here on the Chevrolet side. 893 the dial for the D factory Superstock Mustang of Ray. He'll give the head start to Tyler Bohannon, the Superstock H automatic 67 Corvette. 1002 the dial for the 327 powered Corvette. 13 thousandths too early for Bohannon. Ray Skillman, the automatic winner. And Ray lifts about 1,000 feet, runs 950. Bohannon lifts way earlier than that and just got there at 17:05. First pair Super Cup rolling into the water for this round. Ty Davis won the Nationals 3 years ago. Tony Elrod. Ty's over here in the Chevrolet side. And Elrod over there in the Ray Skillman side. American Dragster for Elrod to 32 Bantam for Ty. Here we go, 2 green lights. One a little darker green than the other one. Win light, Ty Davis in a double breakout. Ty's under by 3 at 887. Elrod under further at 884. Eric Wilkerson, next up Chevrolet side out of Seymour, Indiana, in the Racecraft Dragster. Steve Hoyt over in the Skillman side in the 02 Advanced Dragster. West side, Super Street, I need to the lanes. Super Street. Super Street to the lanes for the next round. Super Street to the lanes. And the win light goes to Wilkerson. 892, 2 over. Hoyt's 3 over. Hoyt was 10 on the tree and he left second. Wilkerson was 4. Pat Fitzpatrick out of Washington, Illinois. Lucas Oil Animal Gym Racing Gebhardt Dragster, Chevrolet side. Bill Riddle in the Corrigan Race Fuel Atkins Dragster over in the Ray Skillman side. And the win light, Fitzpatrick 1 over, 891. Riddle's 3 over at 893. Fitzpatrick 2 on the tree for a 19,000s package. And looks like walking out there to pick up something that fell on the track. So we'll be setting for just a second here in the burnout box. Greg Camplain and Brian Hackett. Greg Camplain over here on the Chevrolet side out of Camplain Machine in Brownsburg. Over in the Ray Skillman side, Brian Hackett out of Quincy, Illinois, and Hackett Racing in the Pontiac Grand Am. And Camplain leaves 2,000 too soon. They both run 889.7, but Greg ended her on the starting line. Hackett will be back in the next round. Allison Prose, Chevrolet side, the student out of Terre Haute, Indiana. Over in the Ray Skillman side, Tim Millwood out of Columbus, Indiana, in the Daytona. Dragster's off the stop, chasing the Daytona. Winlight Allison, she's 4 over at 894. Millwood's dead on 3, but Millwood was over 600s behind on the tree. Next up, Chevrolet Lane got Patty Fisher out of Clayton, Ohio in the Chrome Works Dragster. And over in the Ray Skillman side, you got Brian Horton in the American Dragster out of Walbridge, Ohio. Brian Horton left side, Patty Fisher right side. They're off. One was a little greener than the other. Winley, Patty, 891, 1 over. Horton dead on 3, but he was almost 300s behind on the starting line. Corey Baker. Corey's over here in the Chevrolet side out of Crawfordsville, Indiana, in his Gebhardt Dragster. Over on the Ray Skillman side, Nicole Medissus out of New Lenox, Illinois. In her McSherrill dragster. Top sportsman to the lanes. Top sportsman to the lanes. Stock Eliminator back to the lanes. Stock Eliminator back to the lanes. Win light goes to Nicole Medissus. She's dead on 4. Corey's dead on 6. But Corey was 10 thou behind on the trade. Basically, that's what he lost by. Brian McCassin. Brian's over here in the Chevrolet side. Out of Evansville, Indiana. Over in the Ray Skillman side, Chad Lamont. Out of Fox Lake, Illinois. In the Lamont trailer sales. Race Tech dragster. Ooh, I think Brian inadvertently got on the converter way early. Then red lighted basically before the tree was activated. So Chad Lamont got the automatic win. Shuts off the clocks. 500, 884 with a 9. Evidently decided he needed another time run. Took her on out the back door. Well, it looks like Mike Jurowsik unable to back up. There are people out there trying to hell with him. Well, they finally got him rolling backwards. Troy Stone's patiently waiting over there in the Ray Skillman side in the Vintage Trailers Spitzer dragster. So let's see if Jurowsik just needs a push back to the starting line or if he's done. They're not pushing with any heart, so I don't think Jurosik's going to be running. Let's see. Yep, they just gave Troy Stone the high sign single. So he's the automatic winner into the next round. Tim Irwin to race control, please. Tim Irwin needs you to come up to race control. Troy Stone's off and running on his competition by 886 with a 9. Tim Irwin, come up to race control, please. Dragster in the door car. Chris Malcolm and Bob Aker. Malcolm out of Guilford, Indiana, and the Mullis dragster over here in the Chevrolet side. Bob Aker in the 67 Nova wagon. He's out of Canby, Indiana, over there in the Ray Skillman side. And Aker turns on the red light. Chris Falcon, the automatic winner. And 883 for Balcom. Aker, 894. Dennis Foster, Chevrolet side, out of Morton Grove, Illinois. And Brandon Berg-Schneider, out of Waverly, Illinois, in the undercover dragster, over there on the Race Gilman side. And Foster, 6,000's too early. So Berg-Schneider will go out the back door on a test run, 10 on, with a 5, and be back in the next round. Rock Haas next up in the Chevrolet lane in the American Dragster out of Haas Carruthers Racing in Commerce, Michigan. And over in the Race Gilman side, Richard Badd out of Matewan, Michigan in the 14 American Dragster. Pair of 600 plus inch big Chevrolets for power. And the win light to Badd, 891. Make it. He's 1 over. Haas is 2 over. And Richard was 1 ahead on the starting line for a total of 3 down there at the finish line. Bill Rudy out of Lima, Ohio in the Racetrack Dragster, Chevrolet side. Jake Elrod out of Harrod, Ohio, over there in the Race Gilman side. And the win light, Bill Rudy, 892, 2 over. Elrod, 7 over on that one. Elrod was ahead by 2 on the starting line. Obviously, some sort of a problem. Can't imagine he intentionally gave up that much time. So Bill Rudy to the next round. And that completes this round of Supercom. Gonna give you back to Bob Unkerfer as we go into Top Dragster.
Well, after getting that multitude of competition buy runs out in the opening round, 13 cars left to answer the bell here in round number 2. Do want to let our racers know that the fuel station will be closing in approximately 1 hour. Fuel station will be closing at 6 o'clock. And according to Mickey on my left wrist, that means about an hour. Tom Martino and Emily Novak rolling in. One of them's going to go to the final 7 cars in competition. One of them, but not both, as Bob Fry would say. Tom Martino, Emily Novak up now as we start round number 2. Cop Eliminator, Top Sportsman, Super Street, and Stock. You should all be in the lanes ready to go for the next round of eliminations. Martino on a 638. Emily on a 613. Emily right side, the young lady out of the Hawkeye State. Green light's a bear. We can make a race out of it. Tom Martino out in front. Here comes Emily. Nope, going to beat Tommy. 37.8 on the 638 dial by Martino. 610 on the 613. Emily under by more. Martino under by less. Tom with a 009 light. And parlays it into a win. Down at the other end of the racetrack. Zach Sackman and Michael Shield roll in next. Sackman over on the left-hand side, the young man out of Illinois. The Hanksterfers.com, Novak Electric entry. Spitzer chassis car out of Lucas Oil and Brown and Miller. Rolla competition engine, 620 the dial. Shields machine out of Norwalk. The 33 Bantam bodied entry over here on the right-hand side with a Ken Vaney, Keith Black combination. Sit in front of Michael. Michael dialed in at 630. But better out of the gate. Shield. Here comes the Bantam trying to pull back around top end. Gets him. 32 on a 30 on that 630 dial by Shield. 619.8 under by 2 thousandths of a second. Down at the other end of the racetrack. And the win light goes to Mikey. Under 2 quick by Sackman by 2 thousandths of a second. And it looks like we're going to check things out on the top end of the racetrack real quick while we put our next pair on hold. Mike and Al, your number 1 qualifier and your reigning division champ. This should be an interesting pair coming up. Coughlin's Pro Line, powered. Pro Charged, powered. Fuel injection, powered. Big Block Chevrolet taking on Al Peeblers. Pro Charged, powered. Machine over on the right-hand side. Mikey in the Jegs car going to be locked in 616. Peebler on the right-hand side. The Pro Charger entry going to be locked in on a 644. And as soon as we get the official okie dokie from the top end of the racetrack, we'll get right back into it. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Comp Eliminator, Top Sportsman, Super Street, and Stock. You have all been called to the lanes. Top Dragster round number 2 coming at us right now. Comp Eliminator round number 2 coming up next. RacingRVs.com, Top Sportsman. Getting ready to come up after that. Then round number 3 of Super Street, round number 3 of Stock Eliminator. As we work towards crowning our champions for the April race. Qualifiers, time runs tomorrow for the August race. Hopefully the August race won't take 105 days to complete. If it does, we're all in deep doo-doo. Say 105 days from August the 11th to September, October, and Burr. I don't think so, Lucy. Oh, hey, yep, that's right. I mean, the way Mother Nature's going. Blame it all on Al Gore. You know, the interesting thing that everybody talks about is global warming and the Antarctic or the Arctic Circle melting. Nobody's bothered to bring up the fact that the Antarctic is growing by leaps and bounds. They just conveniently omit that kind of information. Anyway, here we go. Mike Coughlin, Al Peeblin. I know that discussion could go on forever.
Well, you know, and as best they can tell, global warming actually started before humans stood up.
Well, that's true, too. Al Peebler goes red. Mike Coughlin says, thank you. 626, 178 miles an hour. For Coughlin, he'll come back and take on that 009 light cutting Tom Martino in the next round. Peebler goes red, shuts it off, coasts across, 11:52. At 85 miles an hour, here comes the Pirate. Ahoy, matey. The M&M chassis, Kentucky-based. Lynn Ellison's hot rod. Lynn coming off the win 4 short days ago, due east of here in Columbus, Ohio. How due east? Well, you pull out of here, you go down the highway, and you take a left on I-70. And when you get to Kirkersville, Ohio, take a left, and you'll be right at the racetrack. That's it. 4 roads. Pretty simple stuff. JB Strassweg up on the left-hand side. The dragstersforsale.com team car. 623 to a 634. Ellison's going to go first. Countdown's begun. Red light by 1/1000th of a second by Ellison. JB gets the win, 19 on a 23. Something tells me JB may have been holding a couple. 619.2, 218 miles an hour. 001 by Lynn on that red light start. That'd be one of those dag-nabbit runs down the racetrack. Or son of a gun, or golly gee willikers, something like that. Dan Norris and Madison Ellison rolling in next. Danny left side, the runner out of Michigan. Madison over on the right-hand side, the student out of Kentucky. Saw Dad light the red bulb by a foul. See if she can keep the streak alive. See if she can come back to run JB in that next round of eliminations. Maybe make a little justification for Pop coming up a little bit too quick. Dan on a 616, going to give the lady in the Women Rock cancer support vehicle over here on the right-hand side just a little bit of a handicap start, couple of hundreds. I mean, that's like a very quick tick-tick. Wow, Madison goes red by 5 foul. 610 by Dan Norris, 228 miles an hour. So the Ellison team cars, by a combined total of 0.006 of a second, take themselves out here in round number 2 of competition. Mike Trout and Joe Fisher. Big race here because this is for a bye at 7 cars to the semifinals. So this is worth not 1 but 2 round win points. Trout over on the left-hand side, 653. The dial for Trout. Joe in the RacingRVs.com entry. The birthday boy last weekend over in Columbus. Let's do nothing more than take home a Wally here tonight for a belated birthday present. should be, could be. Yep, on his way. One more round at least. 6:18 on the 6:15. Mike Trout, 51 on the 53. Joe Fisher goes to the round of 7 cars left. And that round win, as we said, a automatic berth in the semifinals because at 7 cars, he'll have the bye run. Shanna Snyder coming up in the vintage trailers entry. Shanna with the bye at 13 cars. She'll go to the quarterfinals where she'll come back to run Shields 32 Bantam. Next round of elimination. Speaking of the 32 Bantam, I do believe that that's Mr. Shield and crew making their way back up. Shanna does what she needs to do, pulls in, stages, lights the bulb, gets the round win with the green light, and we're down to 7 cars in top dragster competition. It'll be Coughlin and Martino, Shield and Snyder, Straswig and Norris, and Joe Fisher with the bye. So the vintage trailer car gets to come back one more time. That's Spitzer chassis machine. The blown Brad Anderson combination. Doggies. And that'll put round number 2, top dragster, into the books. Super Street Stock Eliminator. You should be in the lanes because you'll be coming up right after Top Sportsman. Mike Farrell and Frank Cervelli going to do battle now. Mike trimming the B Street Roadster Index by 0.05 of a second. Frank taking a little bit more, 0.09 of a second trim in that opening round. The Don Schumacher Racing shop manager over here on the right-hand side in his B Dragster automatic, taking on Farrell's B Street Roadster. Cervelli trying to chase down Farrell's Roadster. Not going to get it done. 786 by Mike at 168. Cruising on down the quarter of a mile. Cervelli goes 696 in the dragster. Farrell moves on to the quarterfinals in Cop Eliminator. He'll come back, take on Todd France's machine. Todd will have a bye run coming up here in a minute. Jason Cohen with the number of no-shows in the opening round. We have not 1, not 2, but 3 bye runs this round. Cohen getting one over here on the right-hand side, as we call Super Gas to the lanes. Super Gas. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Super Gas. Time for you to come on down. So Super Street, Stock, Super Gas, and Top Sportsman should now be in the lanes. Cohen's going to get a bye. He and Steve Ambrose on the short side of the ladder. They will meet up in the next round of eliminations, and one of them, the winner of that pair. We'll have a bye run to the final round. Pulling out of Kokomo. Running down to about 1,000 feet. Look it right there. Go across 831 at 121 miles an hour. Give them an indication of what the car can do by extrapolating the numbers from the 1,000-foot mark to the quarter-mile finish line. Ronnie Bond's machine, the Spitzer chassis, 6-cylinder dragster. Coming up now to take on Alan Wilson. Wilson able to get around the Ray Skillman Auto Group D Supermod automatic in that last round with a heads-up D Supermod automatic run. We're in 856.0, beat an 856.6 by scant thousandths of a second.
Isn't extrapolating the I hope it'll run this next time kind of drag racing?
No, extrapolation is where you take your numbers from 60, 330, 660, 1,000 feet. And based on what you've done in the past, you can figure or extrapolate the number that the car would have run if it had continued all the way down the racetrack under full power like Ronnie Bond just did with that 756 winning lap at 172, taking the win down at the other end of the racetrack by 19 thousandths of a second over Alan Wilson's car, as Wilson's car continuing to make strong runs.
It still seems to me like the bottom line is you're hoping.
Seems like what?
You're hoping it'll run that number.
Well, God willing, the creek doesn't rise and all the parts continue to work. Yes, you are correct. Greg Camplain and Rick Brown. Winner gets to come back and take on that Ron Bond fellow who has gone 72 under the index and trimmed his index a skosh. Maybe a little bit more than a skosh. Brown's truck. Brown had the truck running well in Columbus last weekend. Came up either second or third round, and the truck, though, just would not hold on the starting line like it just did there. Ooh, and Greg Camplain breaks. Somebody tell Rick Brown to lift. 832. Whew. And he takes a little bit more.
But did you see his crew guy down there waving at him to lift?
There is such a thing as racing radios where you go, lift, lift.
His crew guy was working his hands back and forth trying to get him to slow down.
It didn't work so well. Well, Rick gets the win, though, 832 at 162. The good news is Rick in the truck will come back to run Ron in the dragster, and both of them have been very abusive to their indexes. Craig Camplain, who was 003 on the reaction timer, breaks and comes to a stop down there before he even makes it to half track.
Yeah, Greg had 4 in his pocket. If he could have run the number, we'd have found what Brown actually could run. Of course, I'm not sure that ain't what he could run. I never really heard him lift till about the finish line. Gracious.
Comp Eliminator's such fun.
I love Comp Eliminator.
Yep.
Absolutely love it.
And Steve Ambrose, by virtue of qualifying and the ladder and breakage and no-shows, Steve's going to ease on into the next round of eliminations by pulling up, staging the car under its own power, accepting the green light, and it'll be Ambrose and Cohen, France and Farrell, Bone and Brown. Our 3-pair Cop Eliminator, quarterfinals. Ooh, and baby, that's going to be some interesting racing going on right there. Yes, it is. All right, so Ambrose accepts his green light. Stages. Moves on. Todd France. John's in France machine. And it appears Todd's going to do the exact same thing. Wear and tear on these comp eliminator motors is, what's the word I'm looking for? Expensive. Costly. Comparable to pro stock. If you don't have to do it, it would be extraneous. That's another good word, extraneous. So Todd will pull up and accept his green light. And we're down to 6 cars in comp eliminator. Alrighty, 14 cars. Let's see. Let me do the math here real quick, Mike. 7 pair. Yeah, there we go. 7 pair in our RacingRVs.com top sportsman field. Tim Kerman, Chad Peckrell getting ready to roll out at us. The Par Race engines. Jerry Bickle built Chevrolet Camaro over here on the right hand side for the runner out of Eagle, Wisconsin. Chad on a 682 dial. Tim Kerman on a 681 dial. The Grand Am out of Illinois. They're on the left-hand side. Can you say a virtual heads-up run? I knew you could. Super Street, stock, super gas. Should be in the lanes. Super Street, stock, and super gas. Round number 3. Super stock now. Needs you to the lanes as well. Super Street, stock, super gas, and super stock. Needs you to the lanes. Round number 2. Top sportsman competition. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. 3 thou difference out of the gate. 6 thou difference at the stripe. Peckrell gets the win down at the other end. 686 on the 682. 685 by Tim Kerman. Chad was 13 on the tree. Kerman was 16 on the tree. And by 6 thousandths of a second down at the other end of the racetrack, Chad Peckrell's hot rod going to the round of 7. The quarterfinals. As Lester Johnson rolls in to take on Jeff Sexton's little Chevy Cavalier. Runner out of Ohio up here on the right-hand side, the Sexton's Automotive. Big 630 cubic inch combination. Taking in that itty-bitty, teeny-weeny, 520 cubic inch Hemi-powered 55 Chevrolet. That blast down the racetrack in 6 seconds, low 6 seconds. Has been known to dip into the high 5-second zone on more than one occasion. Did it down in Gainesville this year. Did it over in Columbus last weekend. Pro-charged, Hemi-fied, 55 shoebox car. And I got news for you. They've got a 57 Chevrolet as well. Lester, that's a bad hot rod. But Lester don't get a gun back. 21 on the 18, 95 on the 92. Jeff Sexton, 10 thou on the reaction timers. 200 advantage as they went by the Christmas tree. And you know what? That's the exact same margin that he won by down at the other end of the racetrack. 2 hundredths of a second. You want to be technical? 23 thousandths of a second. And 21 of them came on the starting line. That's what you call winning it at the tree. Jeff did just that. 10 on the tree to a 31, 95-4 on a 92 to a 21-6 on an 18. Virtually identical over their dial. Sexton able to get the win. Roger Wellman, Timmy Molnar, Tim's Grand Am. The Ohioan taking on the fellow Ohioan. Ohioan? Is that a correct terminology? Fellow Buckeye State runner. That'll work. There we go. The state from which is rumored to have a football team. I didn't say professional. Hey, somebody's got to win football in that state. Cleveland can't. 682 by Tim Molnar, 741 by Roger. Somebody's going to send me a nasty text for that comment, and I apologize. But then again, it is true. Molnar, 682, gets the win by 18 thousandths of a second down at the other end of the racetrack. Wellman's day is done. 7:41 as both drivers go under their index down at the other end of the racetrack. Tim will be back to play. It's 7 cars. Roger now gets to concentrate on, well, cooking dogs, cooking burgers, going out for dinner, waxing the car, changing the oil, whatever he wants to. He has that prerogative now. Mick Snyder taking on Bad Eye Brinegar. Bad Eye. Smack dab in the middle of that points chase for the Mosier shootout. It'll be coming up relatively quickly. Snyder's top sportsman ride, the blown Hemi Power Source transportation Corvette over there on the left-hand lane. Mick on a 620. Going to give Brinegar's Mustang a pretty good shot down the racetrack. Winner here gets to come back and take on Molnar. Grand Am in the next round. There goes that eye. Here comes Mick. Ooh, ouch. Maybe. Yep. Snyder a little late out of the gate. Cost him at the other end of the racetrack. 23 on a 20. 94 on a 93. Bad Eye. 17 on the tree. 0.07 of a second margin down at the other end of the racetrack. And it was 5 of them on the starting line that got the win. Mick just a little bit late. I mean, not a bad light, but Brinegar was 17 on the tree and really never looked back. Kyle Camp up in the Trans Am now, the runner out of Terre Haute. And Glenn Butcher coming over from Ohio where he gets to blow stuff up. And tear stuff down. The 762. Sorry, Mike, I had to do it. 762 cubic inch nitrocized Chevrolet Camaro there on the left for Butcher. 653. Going to give Kyle Camp a little bit of a head start as the call goes out now for Super Comp. Need you back to the lanes, please. Super Comp, need you back to the staging lanes, please. Continuing to work our way through our field. Should have, I do believe, right about 13 cars coming back for Super Comp. All right, Butcher left. Kyle Camp right. Handicap start by 1/4 of a second, roughly. Going to Camp's Trans Am. His tech card and his announcer screen lists the power plant as 500 cubic inches of rompin' stompin' Toyota power. Somehow I feel he might be lying to us. Racers have been known to fib on their tech cards before. Got one guy that lists his occupation one week as a brain surgeon. Whoops, red eye start. Kyle Camp too quick out of the gate. How about Butcher? 007. 007 light by Butcher. Dead on 2. How about a 9,000ths package for Glenn? Kyle Camp goes 15 foul red. Butcher will be back to take on Peckrell in the next round, and Peckrell's probably sitting there thinking, a 9,000 package? That's what I got to run in the next round? Yowza. 007 dead 2. Yeah, Kyle was 675 too. He just missed it by a couple. But unfortunately, missing it by a couple in drag racing is generally all it takes. So Butcher will be back. Don O'Neill now will be taking on Jerry Albert as we get done with Mark McDonald and Shane Cowan. Mark coming off the double-double win up in Joliet, where he won not only the Jegs All-Star race as a member of the Championship Division III team, but he also came back on Sunday and doubled up, got the big bonus check for pulling the double-double, which reminds me of In-N-Out Burger, which reminds me I might be hungry. Shane Cowan up on the left, the Corvette out of Indiana, out of the 1911 Grill. And again, talking about food, something's just not fair here. Cowan up on the left, McDonald on the right. There goes the Corvette. Here comes the Ford. McDonald sneaking up, cruising up at the stripe, pops the chute, gets the win. 69 on a 68. 732 on the 729 by Shane Cowan. McDonald will come back on that Sexton character in the next round of eliminations. So it'll be Sexton and McDonald, Breiniger, Molnar, Butcher, Peckrell, and the winner of this pair gets the bye to 4 cars. So this is a twofer. Jerry Albert and Don O'Neill. Albert, who carries number 8 on the side of the car, significant of the top 8 finish in the country last year. Don O'Neill carries 58 on the side of the car, significant of a top 8 finish in Division 5 competition last year. So a couple of gentlemen spent a little bit of time on the racetrack last year, and a couple of gentlemen who spent some time on race day going rounds. For O'Neill, the VP Fuels Monte Carlo on the right-hand side. Been locked into the low 690s pretty much all day. So is Jerry Albert's Camaro, though, the runner out of Avon. Ding dong, Avon calling. Avon, Ohio, that is. Jerry, who is a construction foreman during the week. See, that would be the opposite of Glenn Butcher's job, right? Okay. Jerry gets to build stuff, Butcher gets to tear stuff down. Well, you know the old expression, what goes up must come down. Just a matter of when. O'Neill on a 693, Albert on a 691. They leave side by side, otherwise known as simultaneously. Win light's going to go to O'Neill. 91.3 under by 17. 88.6 under by 24. And Don O'Neill picks up the twofer. For VP Fuels, Matadeve, and dragstersforsale.com, O'Neill will be a Final Four contestant in our top sportsman category. Has at 7 cars. He has the bye. Super Street getting ready to roll up next. 1090s will go up on the scoreboard. Again, the fuel station will be closing in about 30 minutes. Concessions, so fuel of all needs is going to be closing in 30 minutes.
Exactly.
The fuel station's closing in 30 minutes. Concession stand's closing in 30 minutes. And
no fuel available after 6
no fuel.
o'clock.
Yeah, after 6 o'clock. The fuel stations are closed, both food fuel and fuel. Super Street coming up, 16 cars left. You going to tell us all about it, Mike, or you want me to keep going?
If you like.
I don't care.
I'm willing.
Flip a coin. Call it. Heads or tails.
Yeah.
You win.
Thank you. First pair. Rodney Boyd. Rodney's over here on the Chevrolet side. Mount Vernon, Ohio is what he calls home. Over in the Ray Skillman side, Denny Napier out of Pataskala, Ohio. Is Vega. Yeah, I knew that was wrong. I just wanted to try it again. I knew it didn't sound right. And the win light's going to go to Napier. In a double breakout, Napier's 28 thousandths under. Boyd is 34. He took the stripe by 12 thou, but he was behind by 5 thou on a starting line, and that wasn't going to work out. So Napier to the next round. I got Tom Keenan. Tom in the 70 Chevelle over here in the Chevrolet side out of Saginaw, Michigan. And Ricky Ship out of Needham, Indiana, and Ship Racing in the Nova over there in the Race Gilman side. Win light will go to the Chevelle of Keenan. Dead on with a 2. Ship off by 1 at 10.91.6. Keenan was ahead by 7 on the tree and about 14 at the finish line. And it's interesting because he was testing yesterday and struggling with the car early on. Evidently, the test paid off. $100 well spent, evidently. Wayne Kelly out of Mount Vernon, Indiana, the Malibu Chevrolet side. Race Gilman side, Scott Mackey out of Milford, Michigan in that Chevy 2. Ooh, one of them saw too much green. Win light goes to the Malibu in the double breakout. He's 23 under, 31 under for Mackey. Mackey was about 4 behind on the tree, so he was pretty much in trouble at the hit. So Wayne Kelly to the next round, which I believe is the semifinals now. Chris Balke over here on the Chevrolet side in the 88 Cutlass, and Nicky Looney, 85 Thunderbird, J&N Performance Engineering over there in the Race Gilman side. Last pair of this round, Super Street. Well, what are we doing here? Ooh, Balcom leaking. Looney, gonna get a free run. Competition by. Oh yeah, now that I look, I see the shiny spots down there from Balcom's Cutlass. Not a big leak, but a leak. Bigger than no leak. 1090 dead on 9 for Looney. That completes this round of Super Street. Yes, we are. Semifinals next time up. And got stock sitting at the ready line, waiting on their turn. So only 105 days appear like it's going to be necessary to complete this April race. I need Super Comp and first call Top Dragster. Super Comp and Top Dragster to the lanes. Super Comp and Top Dragster to the lanes. All right, as we begin this round of Stock Eliminator, we'll start out with Don Turk. Turk's got the bye run into the quarterfinals. Don 74 Grand Am, dial 1200. And the Pontiac Wild Turkey Engineering shuts off the clock 12:17 on his 12 flat. Gary Merrick. Gary's over here on the Chevrolet side. B-stock automatic at 10:48. He'll chase Mike Rock. Mike Rock out of Tip City, Ohio. Dialed 1120 in that D-stock automatic Duster. And Merrick turns on the red light. And next up, Bill Skillman over here in the Chevrolet side. 970. He'll give the head start, 882. He'll give the big head start. About 1 3/4 seconds to Drew Whalen. Whalen B-stock automatic Firebird, 1075. Skillman factory stock A, 882 to the 1054 of Whalen. And the win light's going to go to Bill Skillman. Dead on with a 5. Had about 3 in his pocket on the tree. Aaron Allison over here in the Chevrolet side. The B stock. Aaron Allison Racing 98 Pontiac Firehawk. Dial 1042 to Chuck Weber's 80 Corvette F-stock automatic, dial 1090. Win light will go to Allison. Aaron was 8 ahead on the tree and shuts off the clocks. 10:49, 7 over the 10:42. Weber's only 1 over, but left way too much on the starting line. Craig Marshall, E-stock automatic. 74 Dart Sport over here in the Chevrolet side. 11-12 gets the big head start from Kevin Skinner. Skinner, factory stock AA. Cobra Jet, dial 866. Green ones, red ones. Craig Marshall, the automatic winner. Marshall, 1124, runs 10th off. Mile an hour says he shut her off down there on the big end. Skinner, dead on 9, but turned on that red light. Matt Antrobis, over here in the Chevrolet side, the H-stock automatic car, dial 1135. We'll give the head start to Joey Ship. Joey's G-stock automatic, 69 Nova. He's over in the Skillman lane, and he's dialed 1180. This will be the last pair of stock taking us into the quarterfinal round. The winner of this race is a double win. And the win light goes to Joey Ship in a double breakout. Joey's a thou under, Antrobis 300s under. Joey had 7 in his pocket on the tree, and Joey goes into the next round on a bye run. Joey just won his way all the way to the final. just a minute or two, we'll get underway with this round of Super Gas. As we enter this round, we start out Terry Nip in the Firebird out of Lynn, Indiana, on a buy run. And Terry will shut off the clocks, 9:69. I'm thinking, I would have thought he'd shot for a little closer to the 9,900 number. Jake Elrod over here on the Chevrolet side, out of Harrod, Ohio, in the Corvette Roadster. And Shane Snyder out of Sunbury, Ohio, in the Cheeseman Brothers Corvette, is over there in the Ray Skillman side. Top dragster to the lanes, please. Top dragster to the lanes. And the win light, Snyder. We got dead zero both lanes. But Elrod was 3 thousandths behind on the tree. He had a 21 to Snyder's 18, and that is the margin of victory, 3,000 at the other end. So they win to Shane Snyder in one whale of a race. Jana Swan over here in the Chevrolet side in the Opel GT out of Mooresville, Indiana. Ray Skillman side, Bob Goodrich out of Greenwood, Indiana in the 93 Mustang. They're off, they're green. Not much of an advantage goes anywhere. And the win light to the Mustang. Janice takes too much stripe. She takes it by 400ths, breaks out by 4 thousandths. Goodrich crosses second and is the winner. So the little Mustang comes back in the next round. Devin Eisenhower, Devin's Camaro's over here on the Chevrolet side. Out of Lebanon, Indiana. Been racing here since about 8 years old. He'll be in the Chevrolet lane. Jason Lynch, racing Jason in the Cars Protection Plus Cutlass over there in the Ray Skillman lane. Race is happening. Win light, Eisenhower, dead on 8. Lynch, dead on 5. But Eisenhower was 4 on the tree. Jason was 15. The math works out to 8 thousandths at the finish line for Devin Eisenhower. Ricky Atkins. Ricky's Corvette's over here in the Chevrolet side out of Milam, Michigan. Over there in the Ray Gilman side is the car I always call my favorite super gas car because it's got a stick in it and a small block and a probe of Steve Williams. Well, I don't say the Ford stuff because I don't really have a favorite brand anymore. Alrighty, they're off and run. The Corvette's off to stop and chase them. The little small block probe Winlight in the double breakout. Atkins, he runs 88 on the 90, 86 with a 4 for Williams. Ricky Atkins gets that win. Final call, Super Comp, Top Dragster, and Competition Eliminator. Final call. Rock Haas, Chevrolet side. Mia Tedesco, Ray Skillman side. The national champion versus 4-time Division III champ, 2-time All-Star champ, Rock Haas. And there's a race going on. Win lane 2, Haas, 900. Mia was 12 on the tree and left second. Haas was 8 thousandths total package. Mia goes 200ths under to take the stripe and breaks out. Joe Fisher, Chevrolet side. RacingRVs.com, Corvette. Over in the Race Gilman side, Connie Rudy's Gremlin. We got us another race off and running. And the Corvette looks like he's got a problem. And Connie lifts way early. She goes 10:05. Joe Fisher looked like he lifted out there about 700 feet. Must have had something go south, runs 11:95. So Connie, she shuts her off early at only 124 mile an hour. She takes the win at 10:05, and she'll be back in the next stanza. Super Stock sitting at the ready line. Ten cars left. All right, they're firing them up, so the first pair is going to be Larry Hodge. Larry's GTN automatic. Monte Carlo's over here on the Chevrolet side. He'll get the head start dial 1065. He gets slightly over a second head start from the factory Superstock K. Challenger of Dennis Breeden. Dennis is dialed 964. Ten will become 5 here in just a couple of minutes. And Breeden turns on the red light, -20. Larry Hodge, the automatic winner, goes into the quarterfinals. Shuts off the clock 1065 under his dial. Breeden shuts her off early, runs off by 3 tenths. Scotty Stilling, Scotty's Superstock A modified Grand Am. Over here in the Chevrolet sides, Scotty dialed 872. He'll give the head start a little bit over half a second to Chad Taylor. Chad's Achieva GTD automatic dialed 936. 2 greens. Scotty chasing. Winlight, 2, Scotty Stillings. Scotty 1 over at 873. Chad dead on 3, but Scotty had 200s in his pocket. Scotty Stillings to the round of 5. Brian Stufflebeam over here in the Chevrolet side, super stock, J automatic for the Firebird. Dialed 1022 and gets the head start from Mike Skinner, factory super stock C. Mustang Cobra Jet dialed 906. Top Sportsman and Super Street semifinals to the lanes. Top Sportsman and Super Street to the lanes. Stufflebeam dead 7, 14 thou package. Skinner breaks out by over 600s, trying to take the stripe and still can't get there, indicating he might have been a shade late. Jim Clark, Superstock G Automatic Camaro Chevrolet side, 1044 gets the big head start from Craig Marshall. Craig, 875 the dial for the Superstock A Modified Grand Am. And Marshall can't wait, 3,000s too early. Jim Clark takes that 67 Camaro into the round of 5 at 1037.7, runs 63 under his 1044 dial. Next up, Chevrolet lane, Jimmy Ronzello's H Factory Superstock Mustang. And it's a 2-round win here. 1014 the dial for Ronzello. He gets the head start from Ray Skillman. The D Factory Superstock Mustang dialed 893. And this is like winning twice if you win this one. Two greens, and we got us a race, believe me. Winlight 2, Ray Skillman, dead on 1. He was 11 on the tree, 12 thou package. Ronzello had a 17 on the tree and was second to leave, but he breaks out by 12 thou breaks out by 5 thousandths trying to take the stripe, but he was 6 thousandths behind on the starting line. Oh, baby, what a race. Next round will be the round of 5, and Ray gets a bye run in that round. Got Super Comp firing at the ready line. First pair, Pat Fitzpatrick and Ty Davis. Fitzpatrick won the Nationals back at U.S. Nationals back in 07. Ty Davis won her back in 14. Ty used to bracket race with us here pretty much every weekend, but last couple of years his job's been getting in his way on Sundays, so he doesn't run with us as much, but he still runs Division 3. Fitzpatrick out of Washington, Illinois Chevrolet side. Ty's out of Mooresville, Indiana. Top Sportsman and Super Street semis need you to the lanes. Winlight, Fitzpatrick is 2 over at 892. Ty had the tree and took way too much stripe, about twice as much as he had room. Runs 21 thousandths under, takes a stripe by 51 thousandths. So Pat Fitzpatrick to the next round. Allison Prost. Allison's over here on the Chevrolet side. And Chad Lamont. Lamont's over in the Ray Skillman side. Yeah, you do have to delay it. And Lamont leaves before the tree was activated. Allison gets her a gift into the next round. 891, 1 over. So Chad taking his time and time and time. Come on, Dwayne, you knew he was just pouting. Brian Hackett over here in the Chevrolet side. Out of Quincy, Illinois. Over there in the Ray Skillman side got Richard Badd. Out of Mattawan, Michigan. The Grand Dam of Hackett on the Chevrolet side. The American Dragster of Badd over there in the Ray Skillman side. We got us a race. Dragster chasing win light 2. The door car. The Grand Dam dead on 6. Bad 2 over at 892. They were 3 foul apart on the tree, but Hack closer to the index. Brandon Bergsnyder. Undercover dragster out of Waverly, Illinois, Chevrolet side. Nicole Medeiros out of New Lenox, Illinois, in the McSherrill dragster. Over there in the Ray Skillman side. If Nicole wins, we got her ladies doing it in the next round. Win light goes to Nicole. Dead on 1. She was 9 thou ahead on the tree. Bergsnyder took the stripe by a little over 100th, broke out by 200ths, was behind on the tree. So Nicole Medeiros to the quarterfinals. Chris Balcom over here in the Chevrolet side, out of Guilford, Indiana. Eric Wilkerson over in the Ray Skillman side, out of Seymour, Indiana. Probably. I always kind of wondered what you could see more of out there. Nobody's ever seen. All righty, here we go. They're both off the stop, running to the big end. The win light. Ooh, goes to Balcom. Balcom was behind on the tree by 100, but runs dead on 1. Excuse me, 1 over at 891. Wilkerson's 4 over at 894. Bill Rudy over here on the Chevrolet side, out of Lima, Ohio. And over there in the Ray Skillman side, you got Troy Stone, vintage racing trailer Spitzer. And this is a 2-round win for the winner. Of course, Stone, he's been around a week or two, as has Rudy. Stone's been runner-up to U.S. Nationals back in 13, won Norwalk in 11, and runner-up 14. They're both tough. We got us a race. Almost identical lights win Stone. He's 2 over. Rudy's 4 over. Rudy was 5 thou ahead on the tree. Doesn't run the number. So Troy Stone gets a double win. And Patty Fisher will complete the round on her bye run. And 893 on the 890 for Patty. All right, here's what we got to say now. Same thing I say at this track every week at a bracket race about this time of day. Cool 'em, fuel 'em, don't make me call you. If you're a winner, take 'em back, fuel 'em up, cool 'em down, bring 'em back to the lanes. No reason to wait for a call. That's all winners, all categories. Back to the lanes when you're cooled and fueled, ready to race.
If you win, you're in. You get to come on back and play again. And top dragster quarterfinals getting ready to come out at us as we're going to determine whom our final 4 are going to be. I know who one of them is just because there's 7 cars on the ladder, and that means one of them gets a bye run. And that would be Joe. RacingRVs.com machine getting ready to roll down the racetrack here in just a bit. But it's Coughlin and Martino, Scheel and Snyder, Straswig and Norris getting ready to work their way down the racetrack to see who our final 4 contestants are going to be. But if you win, you're in. If you win, come on back. Need you back to the lanes. No more calls. It is your responsibility. It is your duty. If you go from the round of 7 in top dragster to the semifinals, we need you back here just as quick as you can get here. 7 cars. Here we go. Quarterfinal competition, Coughlin and Martino. Tell me who was 009 on the tree the last time down the racetrack. Was able to get around a young lady out of Iowa, Miss Novak. Coughlin able to dodge the red lighting Al Peevler in that last round of competition. Jackie up on, or Coughlin up on the left-hand side. Coughlin going to be on a 6:14, Martino on a 6:37. For McGuire's and K&N and DEI and Mickey Thompson over here, the other Tom Martino. Going to be on the Chevrolet side of the racetrack. And young Mr. Coughlin, Mikey's been where he's been all day long, over there on the Ray Skillman side of the racetrack. Either A, he keeps winning the coin toss, or B, he keeps getting put over there by the guy who wins the coin toss and wants the right lane. Either way, got to feel comfortable in the lane. He's been there a bunch. They're in. Handicap start, Martino. Red line start, Martino. Coughlin goes 6, 17 on the 14. 7:13 by Martino after the red light start. So Tom's day is done here in the quarterfinals. Mike Coughlin moves on. Again, racers, if you win, you're in. Need you back to the lanes, please. Racers, if you're in, you win. Need you back to the lanes, please. So Mike Coughlin, 006 on the tree, advances to the final four of our RacingRVs.com top dragster class. Dan Norris up next, the Michigander. Yeah, that guy from up there in the Palm State. Dan up on the left-hand side, 610 the dial. JB on the right, the dragsters for sale.com. Hot Rod on the right. Crossweg on the 20. Norris on the 10. Green lights apparent. Away we go. Oops. JB gets the win. 20 on the 20. He gave up 200ths off the line to Dan Norris, but able to get down there and take the stripe by 5 thousandths of a second. 20 with a 4 on a 20. 12 on a 10. Looks like Dan may have turned him loose down at the other end of the race. Dodging a bullet that time around, but into the final four he goes. Michael Shield trying to keep that Bantam alive. Runner out of Norwalk up now on the left-hand side of the racetrack, and Shanna Snyder. Shanna had the bye in the last round. Shield had to run it out the back door to get around Zach Sackman in the Hankstafers.com machine. But Shield is here. And Zach isn't. Shanna is. She had the bye. Let's see who gets to come back and run Mike Coughlin. Shanna on a 626. Shield on a 632. You can perceptibly watch the starting line and tell who moves first. You should be able to perceptibly determine who's going to be your winner. Again, racers, if you win, we need you back to the lanes. I mean super street, stock, super gas, super stock, super comp. Need you back to the lanes, please. If you have really good eyes, you might have been able to pick up that Shanna left with a 002 light. Gets the win 36 at 192 on her 26 dial. 678 by Shield as the Roadster falls off down at the other end of the racetrack. But Shanna, be interesting. She had a 002 light this round. Mike Coughlin had a 006 light this round. Let's see if they can repeat that in round number next. Top Sportsman should be in the lanes. Super Street, stock, super gas, super stock, super comp. Boys and girls, guys and gals, ladies and gentlemen, children of all ages, if you are still in competition, we need you back to the lanes, please. If you are still in competition, need you back to the staging lanes, please. So Joe, the RacingRVs.com boss man, Chromeworks chassis, 616 the dial. He gets the freebie at 7 cars. He'll be down to 4. He'll come back, run that JB. We'll have RacingRVs.com taking on Dragsters for Sale.com. In the semifinals, up top, DragsterRacing.com. Joe goes 6'11" on the 616 at 226 miles an hour. Patty watches closely as Joe goes down to the other end of the racetrack, makes the turn on the top end. Now it's time to get Joe ready for the semifinals as we roll into the next round of eliminations and comp eliminators. We are down to 6 cars left. It'll be Farrell and France, Bond and Brown, Ambrose and Cohen. Kevin Pepper, you look like you're working awful hard down there. I'd like to remind all of our racers, Kevin and Nancy been working here this weekend. The trailer set up right next to the staging lanes, right here behind the tower, looking for your car in action here this weekend at either race number 1 or race number 2. Be sure and stop by and see Kevin. Take a look at the gigantic selection of the numeros of cars that Kevin will have photographs of. Right now, it looks like he's getting set up for the semifinals, finals, as he takes photographs for not only the racers here this weekend, but also National Dragster. So he will be feeding photographs of our April race completed in August, Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series event. Then we'll be getting into the August race completed in August, Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series event. A twofer at Indy, a twofer at Topeka, a single at Columbus, a single at Bowling Green. Now let's not forget we will be at St. Louis Gateway Motorsports Park in October. Ooh, that'll be interesting. Comp Eliminator rolling up now. As we said, 6 cars left. Going to whittle it down to our 3 semi-finalists. France and Farrell going to come back. Winner's going to come back and take on either Bond or Brown. We will be down to 3. Todd rolls the beams. And it'll be an easy for Mike Farrell. He's rolling down the racetrack. All right, going to need to bring Mike Farrell back around as Todd France's car. The tree blinking as if he left before the tree was activated, but yet the bulbs stayed on. Don't know what would have caused it. Something passing through the photocells. I don't know. But it will be a rerun. Mike Farrell and Todd France will be back. We'll bring Mike back from the top end of the racetrack. And fortunately, he was able to shut it off and coast across at 107. So he should be able to get back with us in a relatively quick fashion for the rerun. So a rerun between Mike and Todd, and Steve and Jason will fire their 10 cylinders up. One of them gets the bye run to the finals. Either the 4-cylinder Eficano dragster of Jason Cohen over here on the right, or the Ford-powered 6-cylinder Steve Ambrose on the left. Steve left, 831 the index. Cohen, 869. 10 cylinders, 8 tires and wheels, getting ready to hit their way down the racetrack. Cohen off in green, Ambrose off in green. One of them's going to the final round. Which one's it going to be? Ambrose left, Cohen right. Going to be Cohen, 806. That'd be 63 under. 770 by Ambrose. And that wasn't exactly uneventful. But Cohen gets the win, and Cohen will be into the final round. And it'll be Cohen's 4-cylinder, Brown's truck, Bond's dragster, Francis Street Roadster, or excuse me, Francis dragster or Farrell's Street Roadster. Taking him on. All we got to do is determine that. And we haven't been able to do that just yet. But Ambrose comes up short, had the better light. Cohen gets the stripe and the win by 15 thousandths. Rick Brown's truck now chasing, are going to be chased by Ronnie Bond's dragster. A little 6-cylinder Chevrolet up there on the left-hand side. Brown goes red, 4 thousandths of a second. Ronnie Bond's going to get down the other end, shut it off at about 1,000 feet, coast across 813 at 117 miles an hour. We know who 2 of our 3 semifinalists are going to be. Going to have to wait for the rerun between Farrell and France to see who's going to come back to take on Ronnie Bond's J Dragster. Top Sportsman getting ready to roll up next. Again, racers, if you're in, you're in. Need you back to the lanes, please. Super Street, Stock, Super Gas, Super Stock, Super Cup. Need you back to the lanes, please. If you're in, you're in. Need you back to the lanes. Super Street, Stock, Super Gas, Super Stock, Super Cup. Need you back to the lanes. 7 cars left. Top Sportsman competition. Going to whittle it down to our 4 semifinalists, Tim Molnar and Bad Eye Breiniger. One of them going to go to the Final 4. One of them is going to get this far in race day and go, golly gee, son of a gun, and dagnabbit. Molnar's Grand Am, left-hand side, 681. Small, and I do mean small handicap start. Going to go to Breiniger over here on the right in the Chevrolet lane. The Mustang in the Chevrolet lane. Going to be going first. Breiniger cleaning out the nitro system. Molnar doing likewise, getting the pressure down to where they want it. Ford and Pontiac, pair of Camaros. Ford and Chevrolet. And the single for Don O'Neill. And the VP Fuels, Madity, machine. Boulder goes red. 3 thousandths of a second. Breiniger 93, dead on 3 by Bad Eye. 693.3, 198, 681.8 by Molnar. Dead on 8 by 10, dead on 3 by Breiniger. But that 3 thousandths of a second. Red light start by Molnar. Takes himself out of competition. So we know one of our semifinalists. Well, actually, we know 2 of our semifinalists. Now, is it going to be Glenn Butcher or Chad Peckrell? Chad's Camaro, right-hand side. A Bickle-built Chevrolet Camaro. Butcher's machine over on the left-hand side. A Garrett Race Cars built Chevrolet Camaro. Holbrook race engines, 762 cubic inches for Butcher. Peckerell with a Par race engines, 765 cubic inch combination. You're beginning to see a pattern develop here. 2 very similar race cars. First generation, chop top, low riding Camaros, 760 cubic inches. Butcher's going to be second off the line as Peckerell on a 685 dial. We'll go foist. And Butcher gets the win, 654 over a 688. Advantage off the line, Peckerell. Advantage at the stripe, 3 thousandths of a second. Goes to Butcher, 0-0-3-4, 34 10 thousandths. Margin of victory for Butcher. So Glenn gets to come back. Chad's day is done. Sexton and McDonald going to run each other next to see who comes back to run. Bad Eye Breiniger. It's going to be all Ford. It's going to be a Chevy and a Ford. Sexton said, I vote for the Chevrolet Ford confrontation in the semifinals. There's Jeff at the wheel of the Cavalier out of Ohio. Over there on the left-hand side, he'll be on a 693 dial. Mark McDonald, the dragsters for sale.com. All Ford Mustang over here on the right-hand side. He'll be looking for that all Ford semifinal confrontation. Sexton on the 693, McDonald on a 668. They're going to head for the other end of the racetrack, see who can cut a light, run the number. Remember the old saying, B-double-O, take double O? Right now would be a good time to apply it. Well, one of them is B-double-O. And then he gets to the finish line. He takes the stripe by 13 for the win. 670 on the 68. Mark McDonald, 694 on the 93. McDonald was 0-0-4. And I will tell you right now that it will be a Ford versus Chevrolet final round in Top Sportsman, because it'll be McDonald and Breiniger and the Mustangs duking it out to see who takes on O'Neill's Monte Carlo or Butcher's Camaro for the final round. And here's Don, the VP Additives, Mad Scientist, VP Fuel, Mickey Thompson, dragstersforsale.com, Chevrolet Monte Carlo, Don O'Neill. Don, who was able to get around number 8 in the world last year. Jerry Albert in that last round. Going to have to come back and take on Glenn Butcher's Camaro. Right now, nice little tune-up run for Don. The only spot I think that's better to have a bye run is in the semifinals. But right now, a bye run in the quarterfinals. Give you an opportunity to get tuned up for that Final Four confrontation. Don, who absolutely went on a wild ride in Columbus last weekend. Parachute coming out, getting caught underneath the wheelie bar, standing the nose of the car down, pulling the tail of the car up, 6.902 on a 691. And O'Neill's Monte Carlo goes down the racetrack. The chute comes out, pirouettes the car on the front nose, sets it back down. And after he let loose of a few muscles, he was able to fire it back up and drive off the end of the racetrack. But I'm here to tell you, it was a pretty wild-looking ride from back on the starting line. Super Street semifinals getting ready to come at us right now. Final 4 cars left in our 1090 category. Napier and Looney, the Chevrolet and the Ford, will do battle. Tom Keenan and Wayne Kelly, the pair of Malibus, will do battle. 70 edition for Keenan, coming down from Michigan over there on the left-hand side. Kelly's ride out of the Hoosier State, the 79 edition. Over here on the right, 1090's up on the scoreboard. One of these 2 cars going to the final round. One, but not both. That didn't work so well. Wayne Kelly off and running. Tom Keenan's machine. And he gets the win, 12-23. Wayne Kelly was 002. Keenan lights up the tires, leaving the starting line. Wayne Kelly must have lost track of him. Tom Keenan said, I don't give up, I don't give up, I don't give up. Gets down to the other end of the racetrack and drives around him 131 to 87 miles an hour. And Keenan by 56 thousandths of a second.
Like a funny car race
after
I saw on TV.
Yeah, after smoking the hoops coming off the line, goes to the final round. Now will he take on Diddy Napier or Nicky Looney? Well, it's going to be Napier because Looney goes red by 3 thousandths of a second. And Napier at the wheel of the Vega out of Eckerd Racing, home of the Pataskala Flash. Napier into the finals with a 1087. So Napier's Vega, Keenan's Malibu, our first 2 final round contestants to be determined. And again, racers, if you're in, you're in. Need you back to the lanes, please. If you are in, you're in. Need you back to the lanes just as quick as you can cool them, fuel them, splash them, and gas them. And come on back. Stock Eliminator getting ready to roll up next. Our quarterfinal competition there is, again, down to 6 cars. Going to whittle it down to our 3 semifinalists. So, obviously, for one of our pair of contestants, a huge quarterfinal matchup because not only is it a twofer, it's also a free ride. Gonna get a free ride into the final round. One of these days, I'm going to take singing lessons and learn how to sing. Mike Rook, Don Turk. It's going to be our first pair of stockers out when we get into it here in just a moment. Aaron Allison, Craig Marshall going to do battle. Bill Skillman and Joey Ship. Ford Chevrolet confrontation. Those are the 3 pair. A little fresh drag going down the racetrack. How about that Tom Keenan, though? Wow. Blowing the hoops off and never saying quit. Wow.
Have to ask oneself, if they've watched lots and lots of drag races, how many times have you seen a 1090 car blow off the tires and truly call it a pedal fest, get back on the throttle, and drive around the other car? I mean, usually nitro involved in that story.
Or maybe a fuel of another kind, but anyway.
Yeah, that's true. Could be.
Yeah.
Yeah, could be liquor, could be fuel, could be many things.
Let's just say that, if you've got that 87 mile an hour car and you got beat by a 123 mile an hour car that was light years behind you when you left the starting line and having all sorts of issues.
Yeah, when liquor was involved, that was a cop. I remember.
That may be a reason for a cocktail or 17 tonight.
Yeah.
To get that one washed out of your memory bank.
Yeah, you can't unsee that any other way.
Yeah, that was rough. But hey, I mean, everybody that's been out here racing in this sport has at one time or another had that round win that it was, sewed up in the bag. Put it in the banks. We're going to the next round of eliminations, and then all of a sudden you go, oh, poo. Or the other word.
Yeah. Well, most times when you win, there's at least one round you didn't deserve.
That's right. And how many racers, and I know there are many out there, but how many racers can say that throughout their career there is that one race that they know they should have won but didn't?
Yep.
But yet they had that one race that they shouldn't have won that they did.
Yep.
Because it's,
you bet.
What goes around comes around. Again, racers, if you're in, you in. Need you back to the lanes. If you are in, you are in. Need you back to the lanes, please. We would like to put this race into the books before day number 105 ends and day number 106 begins. And here we go. Quarterfinals, stock eliminator. Don Turk's in-stock automatic Pontiac. 74 Grand Am. And I got to believe that Father Pontiac in the mid-70s was much like Mother Mopar in the early 60s.
Yeah.
Not exactly some of the classier designs that came out of General Motors design studios in the mid-70s.
Yeah, and GM wasn't picky either. They gave it to the Pontiac people, the Buick people, and Chevy.
Yeah, I mean, everybody had their fair share.
Yeah, we built this car. Let's try it on everybody.
And I'm not picking on Don's car in particular. It's just that the 1974 Pontiac Grand Am was Well, let's just say never a classic. How's that?
There you go.
Is that kind of PC way of putting it? But Don doesn't
still going
care.
rounds.
Don's going rounds. Don going to the semifinals here in Stock Eliminator because Mike Rook, his reaction time bulb on the Christmas tree, pretty much matching the color of the car. 12-12, dead on 5 by Turk. So he's one of our final 3 contestants. And he will come back to run the winner of this pair. Michael Rook goes 11-16 after that red light start, for those of you scoring back in the pit area. Craig Marshall's Eastland Crane, Dodge Material, Dart Sport, taking on Allison's Stick Shift, B-Stick, Pontiac Firehawk. And Allison, again, continuing to go rounds. Did it last weekend over in Columbus. Trying to make it to the semifinals here today for the April race. Allison on a 10.42. So giving up a 7/10 handicap start to Marshall. There goes Marshall. Here comes Aaron. And Allison gets the win. 46 on the 42, 11-11-7 on the 11-12 dial. Marshall takes the stripe by 20. Breaks out by 3 down at the other end of the racetrack. And here's the biggie. Here's the monster matchup. Joey Shep driving the Skillman Chevrolet, Skillman Automotive Chevy Nova, taking on Bill Skillman of the Skillman Automotive Group in the Cobra Jet. Big handicap start, 1177 to the 882. You can see the crew guys down there waving back and forth at each other. Obviously, the owner, the Skillman Auto Dealership Group, and one of the cars they helped sponsor, doing battle now. Joey way out in front. Skillman, though, galloping hard on the pony, gets him at the stripe. 879 on the 882s. Both drivers go under. Skillman gets the win by being 24 thousandths of a second closer. Joey goes 1172 on the 1177. Can you say he may have been holding a little bit too much down at the other end of the race?
Just a little.
Just a skosh. So Skillman gets the bye to the finals. He'll come back to run either Aaron Allison or Don Turk, who ran dead on 5 in that round of eliminations. Super Gas getting ready to come up next, and we are down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars. Mr. Goodrich getting the bye run at 7 cars, and Robert says, me first, please, please, please. Chevrolet powered Ford Mustang out of Commercial Team Construction, the CTC Ford Olay or Chevord over there on the left-hand side. Or would that be a bow tie pony? Could be. Hey, it's better than driving a unicorn. Goodrich up on the left, looking for a 990. He's going to the final 4. That we know, because the ladder says so. Again, racers, if you're in, you're in. You need you back to the lanes, please. 989.5 by Goodrich, 002 on the tree on a bye run. This is a perfect lap by 7 thousandths of a second. Connie Rudy taking on Rock Haas. Connie'd love to put this gremlin into the semifinals. Then again, Rock says, that's what I came here for too, Connie. So it'll be the gremlin left side. Haas, Don Davis, C5 Corvette chassis over here on the right-hand side. .990's up on the board. Connie's in. Rock's in. And away we go. Connie out in front, the gremlin. Now here comes the top end charge. 600 cubic inches underneath the hood of the Corvette. And going to be Haas. 988 beats a 987.0 by 11 thousandths of a second. So Rock, steady as a rock, marches on to the semifinal. Shane Snyder and Ricky Atkins going to duke it out to see who comes back to run. Robert Goodrich in the Mustang. Snyder, who was winner of that perfect 9,900 dual lap in that last lap. Driving the wheel of the Cheeseman Brothers machine. We need our comp rerun back to the lanes, please. Comp rerun needs you back to the lanes, and Snyder goes 9,888. Ricky Atkins goes 9,991. So Atkins gets the win. It'll be the Corvette of Atkins taking on the Mustang of Goodrich on one side of the semifinals in Super Gas. And Devin Eisenhower and Terry Knipp going to duke it out now to see who comes back to run Rock Haas. The Corvette Roadster will either take on the Camaro Roadster, the longtime youthful campaigner here at Lucas Oil Raceway. He'll come back to take on Terry Knipp, who ran that 969 in the last round. You got to feel that may have a little playing going on in the back of Terry Knipp's mind. Says, whoa, Nelly, when he gets to the other end, he runs 969 again. 989 by Devin down at the other end of the racetrack, and Eisenhower brings the Camaro back. So whatever it is in Terry Knipp's car, it's got the 969 yips, back-to-back laps. He survived on one, loses on the other, and we're down to 4 in Super Gas. Again, we need our comp eliminator rerun. Back to the lanes, Mike Farrell. Todd France, need you gentlemen back to the lanes, please. Comp eliminator rerun. To the lanes, please. And again, racers, if you're in, you're in. Cool them, fuel them, splash them, gas them, and come on back. 5 cars left in Super Stock. We get ready to roll on. Ray Skillman, the Exalta, Skillman Automotive Group. It's Ray Skillman Performance. Z-Bart, Ford, Cobra Jet coming up. You'll get the single run of the factory Super Stock D machine and your number 1 qualifier going to the semifinals. Come back to run either Stillings or Stuffleby. Larry Hodge. Jim Clark going to duke it out to see who gets to come back for the buy run. With 3 cars left in Super Stock. And our finalists are set in Super Street with Denny Napier and Keenan's Hot Rod. We're down to 2 there. Speaking of 2, we need our 2 comp cars back to the lanes for their rerun, please. Our 2 comp cars need you back to the lane. Skillman puts an 893 on the dial-in board, comes out and runs an 893.0. He's 19 on the tree, a buy run to the semifinals, and he throws down a 19 thousandths package. Need France and Farrell back to the lanes, please. France and Farrell need you back to the lanes. So Larry Hodge on a 1059. Jim Clark's Camaro on a 1044. Winner gets the bye to the final round. It's going to be Hodge. Red light start by Clark. 15 too quick out of the gate. Hodge will get the win. Hodge goes to the finals. 1071 shutting it off. saving wear and tear, parts and pieces. He'll be back to run either Skillman, Stillings, or Stufflebeam. As we know, Skillman's going in. We just don't know if it's going to be Brian or Scott. Super J automatic, Firebird, Super A modified. Grand Am on the right-hand side. And racers, if you're in, you're in. Need you back to the lanes, please. Top dragster, top sportsman. Stock. Super gas. We'll be calling super stock in a minute, but you all know the drill. If you're in, you're in. Need you to cool them, fuel them, splash them, gas them, and come on back. Stufflebeam. Pontiac on a 1022. Stillings on an 872 out of the modified car. It's going to be fun. One light's going to go to Stillings. 73 on a 72, 20 on a 22. Brian grabs too much stripe. They were dead even out of the gate. But it'll be Stillings, Skillman, Super A modified, taking on the factory Super Stock D machine. And the winner of that pair will come back to run Larry Hodges. GTN automatic, Monte Carlo. Seven cars left in Super. Did you ever stop to think, Mike, that being up here and looking at the computer screen during the late stages of eliminations is kind of like being a viewer at home of the World Series of Poker? We get to see what the players are playing with. They just don't know it yet.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I tell them that all the time when I talk to my friends about sitting up there doing it.
Yep.
I know you screwed up before you do. Hey, still need Todd France back to the lane. That's the one we're missing. Todd France back to the lane as quick as you can get there, buddy. Appreciate it.
All right, 7 cars left. Troy Stone, the vintage trailers hot rod, gets the freebie as he will go to the final 4 with an 888 at 176. Now we'll start pairing them up, see who's going to come back to run whom. Again, racers, if you're in, you're in. Need you back to the lanes, please. Round robin time. Cool them, fuel them, splash them, gas them. Come on back. Nicole Medisa's taking on Allison Probe. A couple of 19-year-old young ladies, one from Indiana on the right side, one from Illinois there in the left-hand lane. 565 cubic inch Chevrolets a pair. Nicole Medisa's, Allison Probe, both of them students still. Of course, aren't we all students of life, but they're still in school type students. Kind of like that World Series of Poker comment I made a moment ago. This is interesting. 5 thou quicker out of the gate, and Nicole dead on 1 by Allison. Pros goes 25 on the tree, dead on with a 1. Nicole goes 20 on the tree, but then runs a 92 down at the other end of the racetrack. So it'll be Allison Pros taking on Troy Stone. Patty Fisher getting ready to take on Pat Fitzpatrick. So we know one thing. Pat's coming back for the next round. Now the question for $100, Alex Trebek, is which Fisher wins this round of Super Comp? Which Patty, I should say. Sorry about that. Patty Fisher left side. Pat Fitzpatrick right. One's a 10, one's a 5. The 5 gets the win. 91-1 for a 16,000s package. Patty goes 87 on the 90. So Fitzpatrick gets the W. 005 and a 91-1. 16 pack. Whew, that's tight. Now, Fitzpatrick's going to come back and run either Chris Balcom or Brian Hackett. Brian, who took his door car numerous of rounds over at Topeka, Kansas a couple of weeks ago. Seeing if he can stuff the Pontiac into the Final Four. Out of the gate he goes. Chris Balcom, who's had a leak in the Oldsmobile in Super Street earlier. Trying to get a little redemption here. He goes 889.8 to beat an 888.6 by 12 thousandths of a second. And our final door car goes out in the quarterfinals of Super Comp. Again, racers, if you're in, you're in. Need you back to the lanes, please. If you are in, you're in. Need you back to the lanes. Should be having our rerun and comp eliminator coming up next. Todd France and Mike Farrell. Winner gets to come back and run Ron Bones' dragster. Kevin, Super Street Final is going to be right after comp. Kevin Pepper. Mike, look at all those wallies they're setting up down there in front of the tower for you and I. You get that one, I get that one. You get that one, I get that one. You get that one, and I get that one. That work for you?
Sure, that's all right.
Okay. Just checking. Looks like our Super Street finalists are in the lane. Top Dragster, Top Sportsman, Super Street, our Super Street's already in the lanes. Stock, Super Gas, Super Stock, Super Comp. Need you back to the lanes, please, kids.
Remember we mentioned,
Yep.
Cool 'em, fuel 'em, bring 'em back, don't make us ask. Bring 'em back to the lanes. No reason to sit back there and wait on us to call you. We're trying to get done. We got a long weekend following. Cool 'em, fuel 'em, bring 'em back to the lanes. All righty, here we go. Let's get this comp rerun. Mike Farrell, Todd France. Have no idea what happened the last time. Could have been the sun, a reflection, any number of things. Could have been the Russians. Maybe they need another investigation. I guess according to who you are, whether that was funny. Todd France over at the Chevrolet side in the C dragster automatic. The little 337-inch Chevrolet. Over there in the Ray Skillman side, Mike Farrell. Mike Farrell's 34 Chevy Roadster with 323 inches of Chevrolet power. Yeah, they both lost 700ths. Their index changed 700 so far today. 837 for Farrell gets the head start. France 753. Oh, baby, here we go. And France, just a little over 50 under. 51 under, I think it works out to. For France, takes that win. 51 under for Farrell, so France had 4 in his pocket on the tree, and that's pretty much the margin. Margin at the stripe was .0428, and he was about 400ths ahead on the tree, so the tree won the race.
He was 43 ahead off the tree, and he won by 42.
Yep. Top sportsman to the lanes. Top sportsman to the lanes. Semi-final top dragster rolling across the ready line. Starting out, we're going to have Shanna Snyder. She's over here in the Chevrolet side, 624 the dial. Mike Coughlin. Mike, dialed 611. 611 to a 624. Shanna Snyder in the vintage trailer sales Spitzer car. Mike Coughlin in the Jegs.com Dan Page drag. 521 inches of Hemi fire in Shanna's car, 526 inches of Chevrolet. And it's over. Gracious, what was that? Looked like he blew a fuel line or something off the Jegs car. Shanna had already lost the race 3 thousandths too early on the tree. Coughlin, 821 on his 611 dial, right about 250 feet. All of a sudden, a big shot of vapor, like a fuel line blew, something to that effect. So if it's fuel, it'll just take very few minutes of drying to get rid of it. If it's not, well, I won't even hazard a guess how long it would take us to clean up a spot the size I'm seeing out there if it's not fuel. I'm guessing, yeah, he shut it off so quick. That's got to be fuel, doesn't it? Well, okay. Don't pay no attention to the announcer. As usual, his guess is wrong. It's oil.
I have. Chris Carmazini's in Tulsa about 5 years ago. He did that so bad that it scattered over both lanes. Are you saying that the check engine light came on in Coughlin's ride?
Yeah, I believe that's what it was. Because I don't recall seeing one blow that much moisture that quick and stop that quick.
The only
he
one
must
I've
have
ever,
had a warning.
Yeah, the only one I've ever seen do that was the Greek. Chris Carmazini's down at Tulsa Raceway Park about 7 or 8 years ago. He blew it up just before half
Oh, when he
track.
was young.
Yeah, when he was young. Blew it up about half track, and I mean it went boosh. And there was just one big blob in the middle of the racetrack. Unfortunately, it was in the middle of the racetrack, and it covered both lanes. And it was kind of like, okay, folks, we're done for the evening. Thank you very much.
So Mike was really considerate then. He just did his own lane.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
He wasn't taking lessons from the Greek.
Thank you very much for your consideration. So the jury's still out, but it appears that the majority, if not pretty much all of it, is right there in about a 75 to 90 foot strip in the left lane because he got it shut off really quick, like he had some sort of warning in time to click it so fast. We'll wait on our safety crew to let us know what they see down there at the big end, if anything. Well, the first word coming from the big end is just a few drops at the exit down there and a few drops right ahead of that. So it's very possible that we got off easy, that the diaper grabbed most of it when he got it shut off. We'll let you know. Hey, Mike, Keenan, weren't you coaching him all day yesterday? Well, you're either a hell of a coach or he didn't need your help, one or the other. Yeah, okay. Well, I got to give the driver credit for that one round. Yeah, that's his. That had nothing to do with you.
Well, obviously a little cleanup underway out there on the Race Skillman Auto Group side of the racetrack. Looks like a little torch work, a little scrape work, a little asphalt Zamboni work out there. Hey, it's cleanup time. Everybody has the equal opportunity to cool them and get them ready to go as we're down to the semifinals and finals now in each and every one of our categories. So once we get back on racetrack, you should be able to run at a fairly rapid rate and get race number 1 of the weekend wrapped up and into the books. So everybody take this opportunity to get them cooled and fueled and splashed and gassed and ready to go. Semifinals and finals yet to come. Well, I don't think I'm really going to tell anybody anything they don't already realize, but the cleanup is still ongoing out there on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Wonder how much they'll fine Michael. I mean, they find all the pros, right? Michael's back in the pit area swapping engines. I think he's already paid the fine on this one because that Proline engine will probably need to be, what's the word I'm looking for? Freshened up. Yeah. I was getting ready to say it's probably paperweight. Speaking of cats, how about the rally cat in St. Louis last night? I wanted the kitten. I didn't care about the ball game. I wanted the kitten. That's a feisty little sucker, too. Well, already, boys and girls, after a little scrub-a-dub-dub, 3 men in a tub, and all that kind of good stuff. Need all of our racers that are still in, semifinalists and finalists. Need you back to the lanes, please. Semifinalists and finalists. Need you back to the staging lanes, please.
This button right there.
Again, need all of our winners back to the lanes, please. If you're still in, need you back to the lanes because, well, it's about that time to get back underway again after about an hour. And I do understand that Mike Coughlin's machine has been repaired, refired, and ready to rumble again. So whoever wins this run between JB and Joe, they'll need to come back and square off against Mr. Coughlin for the finals of our top dragster category. But again, all of our finalists, semifinalists, need you back to the lanes, please. All of our finalists and semifinalists need you back to the staging lanes, please. Well, alrighty then. After a little of this and a little of that, some of the other, I think we are back and ready to go. Alrighty, so JB and Joe getting ready to get after it. JB on a 617. Joe dialing down to a 609 this time around. As we little cool of the evening air. So JB on the left. Joe on the right. Here we go again. JB right down the groove, 619 at 203. So it'll be JB into the finals against Coughlin. And our finals are now set in Top Dragster. Super Street final round getting ready to roll up, I do believe, next. Denny Napier and Tom Keenan going to duke it out for our first Wally of the weekend. $10.90s up on the board, our final pair of Super Street cars.
And this is interesting. That's Chevelle. I talked to him while I was down there. It's never even been to the first round. None of them. And beyond. It's never been to the first round. They've had so much breakage. 9-inch tire, 565-inch motor, and a rookie. Oh, my. Who just went
with
dead on
900.
0. 22 on the tree. Napier was 4 on the tree. Keenan was behind, dead on with a 0. They told me that car had never made it to the first round without braking. They've had so much difficulty with the car. His Uncle Mike was coaching him all day long yesterday, helping him learn how to play the Super Street game. And with a perfect 10-900 at 126 miles an hour and a 22,000 total package in the final, Tom Keenan is the winner. That's one of them fairy tales.
That's a good one for the kids. A few years from now, stock semifinals coming at you. Don Turk and Aaron Allison going to duke it out to see who comes back to run. Bill Skillman. Because Bill at 3 cars has the bye to the finals.
Don Turk, 12-11, gets the head start. Aaron Allison, 10-41. The B-Stock Firehawk will be chasing. 2.5 or basically full length of the tree. Head start to Don Turk.
Red light start by Don. This one's over with. Aaron goes perfect off the line. So it'll be the B-Stick Firebird taking on the Cobra Jet Mustang. 10:51 on the 10:41 by Aaron. But Allison into the final alongside William. And here is Bill.
$880 the dial. On the buy run, falls into the who cares department. $878 with an 8. 12 foul under.
All right, Super Gas rolling in now. Semifinals, 4 cars left. Young Devin Eisenhower, Rock Oz. Gonna rock on the Roadsters. Be doing battle against Adkins' machine and the Mustang. So 3 Roadsters and a door car. I think the door car's outnumbered. Yeah, we'll see how he does. 990's up on the board. Eisenhower, the youngster, 20 years of age. You say he's basically grown up at this racetrack, huh, Mike?
Absolutely. Watched him and his brother from, well, yelled at him for years about driving a golf cart without a driver's license.
Yep. Out of the gate they go. Eisenhower right side, Rock on the left. I will tell you this, one of them is doing a Paul Bunyan invitation. And that would be Devin, who goes 9920 to beat a 9929. Eisenhower was trip, zip, 0 on the tree. Did his Paul Bunyan invitation and chopped it down. The only thing missing,
boy was right there.
Babe the Blue Ox. So it'll be Devin coming back to run.
Ricky Atkins over here on the Chevrolet side in the 15 Corvette Roadster. Bob Goodrich, local boy out of Greenwood, Southside Indianapolis, in the Mustang, Chevrolet powered. He's over there in the Ray Skillman side. Don't know that Robert's ever been this far in the 990 category, but he just went to the final because Atkins way early, like starting with a 1 on the minus side. Something went haywire with his release, but Goodrich, 993, 3 over on the easy run into the next round. So Bob Goodrich going to be in the final. So 2 local guys, Devin Eisenhower and Robert Goodrich, in the final. Now this should be a good race. Scotty Stillings and Ray Skillman. Scotty, a 4-time world champion, and just flat not a bad bracket racer anyway. In the 98 Grand Am, tuned by Dad Joey. Joe keeps saying he wants to retire, but Scotty needs him, and Joe keeps showing up. Superstock A modified, 872 the dial. Ray Skillman is actually going to get the head start. He ain't used to that. 892 the dial for Ray's D factory Superstock Mustang. So 2/10 head start to Ray. Wow. Scotty had some kind of problem right away. He was a little tardy leaving for him, so I'm thinking something may have broken. But Ray Skillman, 932, runs it out the back door easy. Didn't know where Scotty was, sure didn't want to break out. Scotty shut her down out there about 250 feet. Ain't nothing to this drag racing, is there? Good job, congratulations. Well, Mike, did boy teach you anything today, how easy this stuff really is? Well, it looks like we towed Scotty off the track, so Larry Hodge will get his bye run. Larry Hodge, 10:59 the dial for the GTN Automatic Monte Carlo. And he lifts to a 1078. Keep us in suspense whether he can run that 59 number. And the comp. Semifinals. Comp semifinal. Got Todd France. Todd's over here in the Chevrolet lane. The Sea Dragster Automatic Spitzer. Small block Chevy, small Chevy, 337 inches. 752 the dial. Or the index. I'm sorry, I'm losing my head here. Ronnie Bond, out of Benton Harbor, Michigan. His Spitzer with the 249-inch Chevrolet. Index of 807. They're off. They're green. Can France catch up? Nope. 748 with a 9. Ronnie Bond takes that win. France is under by a little under 30. Bond was under by about 57, so he took a little bit of a hit on that run. Jason Cohn takes the bye run into the final. And Cohen just simply takes the stage lights and backs her out, so he'll be back in the final. Top Sportsman semifinals. Mustangs apparent. Mark McDonald, the 67 Mustang. Over here on the Chevrolet side, down 667. He'll give them a head start to Bad Eye Brenninger. Out of Middletown, Ohio, in the 03 Mustang. 714 inches of Chevrolet. Of Ford, my goodness. I don't know why I said that. Anyway, in Bad Eye's car, 714-inch Ford, 598 in the dragsters for sale, 67 Mustang. 691 the dial for Bad Eye, 667 for McDonald. Here we go. Finish line to McDonald. He runs 3 over at 670. Bad Eye Brenninger dead on with a 9, but about almost 400ths behind on the starting line. Margin of victory, 13 thousandths for McDonald into the final. Don O'Neill. Don's Monte Carlo over here on the Chevrolet side. VP Racing fuel sponsored car out of Evansville. Dialed 689 and will get the head start. He's over here in the Chevrolet side. Glenn Butcher over in the Ray Skillman lane. Out of Doylestown, Ohio, in the Butcher Racing 69 Camaro. Dialed 651. O'Neill in the top bulb. Butcher in the top, carefully staging. Want to win this race and get to the final. Want to do it right. All the bulbs are on. Tree coming down. Here we go. Green, green. Win light. O'Neill. O'Neill had 100th in his pocket. Dead on 5, 11th thou package. Butcher runs 4 off.
That sets up a final round between 2 cars running out of the dragstersforsale.com team. There's McDonald driving the Mustang and O'Neill with the Monte Carlo. Both fly the colors of the team.
Cool.
Ford and Chevrolet.
Well, you got to have, sponsor got to get their dues once in a while, don't they? That's a good thing. Allison Prost and Troy Stone pull into the water. Semifinal, super power. Allison's a student out of Terre Haute, Indiana, 19 years old. Troy Stone, Elkhart, Indiana, vintage trailer sales, lots of experience, lots of success. So Allison's got her hands full, but let's be realistic. She's young, and she's in the semifinal. So should be a good race. Off the throttle stop, here we go, running toward the big end. Win lane, Troy Stone, he's 2 over. Allison is dead on 3, but Troy had almost 200ths, margin of victory less than 1,000ths. Stone by 7/10,000ths at the finish line takes that win. Pat Fitzpatrick out of Washington, Illinois. Lucas Oil Animal Gym Racing Gebhardt Dragster in the Chevrolet lane. Chris Balcom over there in the Ray Skillman lane out of Guilford, Indiana. 28-year-old electrician in a Mullis Dragster. The winner will come back to face Troy Stone. Both cars are green. Both cars are good on the tree. Win lane. 2, Fitzpatrick. He's 3 over at 893 with a 3. Balcom is 893 with a 9. Fitzpatrick had 4,000ths on the tree. Added up, he takes the finish line by 100th, and he'll be back to face Troy Stone in a little while. All of our finalists, do your best. Get them cooled down, get them fueled up, get them back to the staging lanes as soon as you can. All of our finalists, back to the staging lanes as soon as you can get them back, so we can complete this 105-day odyssey and start a new one tomorrow. Hopefully, only talking about a 3-day odyssey starting tomorrow.
And for everybody that is in the house for the official race weekend, start time tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Same rotation, Super Street, Stock, Super Gas, Super Stock, Super Comp.
First top dragster run at 2:30.
Top Dragster's first shot at the racetrack tomorrow at 2:30, followed by Comp, followed by Top Sportsman. So Top Alcohol Dragster, first run scheduled for 4 o'clock. So Super Street, Stock, Super Gas, Super Stock, Super Comp. You guys will be out in the morning, starting things off 9 a.m. Work our way through the rotation. Top Dragster Comp and Super Street. 2:30 for Top Dragster Comp and Super Street, and 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. First shot at the racetrack for the alcohol contingent. Alcohol Dragster and Alcohol Funny Car making their way out tomorrow. So again, 9 a.m. start tomorrow morning. We need all of our finalists back to the lanes, please. All of our finalists need you back to the staging lanes, please. Excuse me, Top Dragster Comp and Top Sportsman. Did I say Super Street?
Yes.
I did?
Twice.
That's because I have Super Street on my mind because they start us off at 9 o'clock. All right, Super Gas final round getting ready to come up now. We will crown our 990 champion. Question is it going to be the door car or is it going to be the Roadster? Devin, who was trip zip 0 in that last round, to get around Rock Haas. Looking to see if he can do it again to get around Robert Goodrich. Goodrich with that Mustang out of Greenwood, which is just down around the corner that way, he said, pointing that way. Little mouse-motored Chevrolet underneath the hood of the Mustang. El Coupe over there on the left-hand side. Not exactly what one would consider your quintessential Super Gas ride. I like that word, quintessential. Anyway, Robert on the 990, Devin on the 990, the young man who has worked his way up from the junior dragster ranks to the Super Gas ranks. Looking to see if he can take home the Wally Wally. They get the win. He'll be back down here in front of the tower with Kevin and the rest of the crew. Getting pictures taken, doing high fives, yahoos, and attaboys.
We got us a race.
Remember that perfect light we were talking about earlier that Devin had?
Oh, baby.
Well, he didn't have it this time, but he gets the win. 991.8. Robert Goodrich was perfect on the tree. Trip, zip, 0 zilch. Runs a 987.9. Too quick at the other end of the racetrack and hands the win right back over to Devin, and Eisenhower says, well, thank you, sir. I appreciate that. So Devin Eisenhower picks up the win in Super Gas. The youngster, 20 years old, out of Lebanon. Former junior dragster racer. Growed up here at IRP, or Lucas Oil Raceway, LOR, or whatever you want to call it these days. And again, we need all of our finalists back to the lanes, if you would, please. All of our finalists need you back to the lanes.
The words Raceway Park have appeared in all the names that Devins grew up in. The word ahead of that has changed numerous times. The boy done good, Dad. All righty, Superstock final, pulling up to the ready line. The quintessential, yeah, that's a neat word. Ford versus Chevrolet.
It'll be Aaron Allison's B Stick Firehawk taking on one of the Skillman fleet of race cars. With Bill at the wheel of this Cobra Jet. Pretty good old handicap start. Going to shake, rattle, and roll here in Stock Eliminator. Skillman on the 880 dial. 1042 by Aaron over here on the right-hand side. That Firehawk's going to be way out in front. Aaron's going to be looking over that left shoulder, trying to keep an eye on what's going on down the racetrack.
Yeah, that Mustang's going to be coming on like gangbusters.
Like a herd of ponies?
You betcha.
There you go. Look like Bill over there on the left-hand side, the Skillman Auto Group. Got the top bulb lit, waiting on Aaron to do the same. Now he's in. And a red light start by Bill. Aaron Allison going to be taking home the Wally from race number 1 for the weekend. 10:56 on the 10:42. But Aaron saw the win lights on automatically as Skillman went red, leaving the starting line. So Aaron will be your stock eliminator champion. And super stock, I do believe, getting ready to roll up next. We're just about to crown all of our champions.
Wonder if there's any significance to the fact that Ray and Bill both took the Ray Skillman lane.
Or the fact that maybe their competitor won the coin toss and wanted to put the quicker car on the left-hand side so they can watch him over the shoulder rather than trying to catch him through the C-pillar on the right-hand side.
Well, there's a distinct possibility that could be it.
Well, I'll put it to you this way. If I was out there racing, it was this time of night, I'd sure want to see where that car was coming from.
Well, I believe Ray got his tires hot.
He might have. And left a little bit of them back here in the water box. So Larry Hodge up in the Monte Carlo, the runner out of Illinois. Taking on Ray Skillman, boss man, chief cook and bottle washer, and a gentleman who holds a key to every door in every dealership of the Ray Skillman empire. Because that would be Ray Skillman. Over there on the left-hand side, 894. Just about the same handicap start that we saw between Bill and Aaron. Going to go between Ray and Larry. Bill was 880. Aaron was a 1042. Ray's an 894. Larry's a 1062. There goes Larry. And Ray goes red. It's like deja vu all over again. The red and white Mustang in the Skillman lane lighting the red bulb as they leave the starting line. And Larry Hodge will be your super stock champion. That's kind of from the bizarro world there, isn't it?
Yeah. I wouldn't have expected both of them to do that. Ray, a little closer to a good green light than Bill was.
And we are down to top dragster, top sportsman, comp eliminator, and super comp. 4 champs left to crown. Race number 1.
He did, didn't he? Troy Stone over here in the Ray Skillman side as we go to the Super Comp final.
Well, I'm getting hungry. We're sitting up here talking about steak dinner tonight. I mean, hey, you know.
Got Pat Fitzpatrick over there in the Chevrolet side out of Washington, Illinois. And Troy Stone in the Vintage Trailer Sales Spitzer car over here in the Ray Skillman side on that 890 Wally. Fitzpatrick, 4 thousandths on the wrong side of the tree. Troy Stone, the automatic winner, 888 with a 9. Fitzpatrick further under at 84, but it was over on the line. Troy Stone, the Vintage Trailer Sales Group, got the win in Super Comp. And Top Dragster sitting there at the ready line. Imagine my surprise. There's a Jegs.com car sitting there. See, that's how surprised I was. J.B. Straswig out of Evansville, Indiana, over in the Ray Skillman side in the dragstersforsale.com dragster. Down 617, we'll get the head start from Mike Coughlin. Mike in the 16 Dan Page car, the Jegs.com car, out of Dublin, Ohio. Down 605. Good job, Devin. Top stage lights lit, both sides. Coughlin's in, Straswig's in, tree coming down. Here we go. Green lights twice. And I believe Straswig had a problem. I thought I heard him lift early. Then I heard Coughlin lift. Coughlin takes the win. He runs 650 on his 605. Straswig 664 on his 617. Well, we had us a real race in the final, but as luck would have it, something went wrong and caused it to be a little slower than it might have been, but a good, safe race. Mike Coughlin. Evidently, his crew earned their money today. Got him back up here to win the final in Top Dragster. Well, these tinted windows make it a little hard for us to see here in the darkness, and I understand now that Straswig might have had the front wheels carried out there quite a ways and the car drifted toward the center line, and the driver just made a decision to shut her off, ease up on it. That's our story, and I'm sticking to it. Well, 2 more finals to go. And the 105-day odyssey will be ended. Well, yeah, but you need to do everybody on the 106th day to have 106 actually qualify. So just got pointed out that I was forgetting about alcohol cars finishing up tomorrow. Yeah, 105 and a half. Well, according to how you do your math, it could theoretically turn out to be a 107-day odyssey because the alcohol cars won't finish till Saturday. So, geez, I've been providing bad information all day long.
Looking for our finalists in Top Sportsman, Mr. McDonald, Mr. O'Neill. Looking for our finalist in Comp Eliminator, Mr. Bond and Mr. Cohen. 4 cars left, 2 final rounds left. We'll put a cap on today's activities. Get ready to come back for tomorrow. Start again all over at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Super Street, you will be out first.
Alrighty, the comp final. Got Ronnie Bone over there in the Ray Skillman lane. Jay Dragster, $7.99 the index. He's been hit pretty hard today. Jason Cohn over there in the Chevrolet lane. $8.56, he's also been thumped pretty good. In the F Econo Dragster. So we got 10 cylinders total out here, 6 and a 4. Yeah, there we go, 8 tires. Jason will leave first. He gets a little over half a second head start in the Cone Engineering 4-cylinder dragster. Bone Motorsports will chase him down, $7.99 on the index to an $8.56. Yeah. All righty, both of them staged. Here we go. And Bone ends it on the starting line. Minus 48 on the tree. So obviously Jason ain't going to take any chances of taking any more hit. 10:04, Jason Cohen, 87 miles an hour at the finish line, takes the win. And then there was one left. Dragstersforsale.com, both sides. Don O'Neill, the Ray Skillman side. His Monte Carlo get the head start of a couple of tenths. 687 die. Mark McDonald, that 67 Mustang out of Boonville, Indiana. 667. Got 598 inches of Ford in the Mustang, 632 inches of Chevrolet in the Monte Carlo. The final of today. Yep, that will complete day number 105. Although after I gave it some thought, it's going to take 107 days to actually end the April race. I felt better when it was only 105. Then I did the rest of the math. Yeah, there you go. Sadly, I'm closer to 70. Mark McDonald and Don O'Neill. The last race of day number 105 of the spring points meet. Both cars pre-staged. McDonald's in. O'Neill's in. 2 green lights. O'Neill takes the win, dead on one, 10 foul total package. McDonald, 41 on the tree, then runs under by 3. But O'Neill, 9 on the tree, dead on one. He was ready to race. So Don O'Neill, our final winner of the 105th day of the spring points meet. So we'll start the summer points meet tomorrow. Everybody be careful if you're going home or going out. We want to see everybody back here in the morning. We start at 9 a.m. The run order pretty much the same as today. So we'll see everybody tomorrow. Congratulations to all of our winners. We had quite a good day of racing. Tomorrow may be a little weather aggravating us, but so far Saturday and Sunday look excellent, and parts of tomorrow look acceptable. So remember, you are in Indiana. So everybody be careful if you're leaving tonight. We hope to see everybody back here in the morning. Good night. I'm out of here.